Emily didn't say a word. "It's free," she heard a woman's voice bring her back to reality. "Yes," the girl replied absent-mindedly and set her bag on the floor. An older woman sat next to her hands folded in her lap. She sighed sadly as the train started and took them forward through the gray spring landscapes of fields and forest. The passengers got to talking on the way, and after entering the city, Emily helped an elderly woman carry her heavy bags to the bus stop. She had come from the village to visit relatives, but no one had met her. Emily looked sadly at the departing bus. She felt sorry for the lonely old woman, though she was no less lonely herself. At least she had a place to go, and the girl in this city, no one would give her a corner for nothing. However, such travels through the cities of the region, one could say, had already become a habit during the last months when she was traveling in search of income and she was hired to work at markets selling vegetables and fruit as a dishwasher, at least for the time of sick leave and short vacations, as a janitor. And if she was lucky, a miner. She didn't stay anywhere for long, and she was glad of any opportunity to get some money to pay for room and board. Even that seemed a good life compared to what she'd had before. Still, in her nightmares, she saw the endless field, the searing sun that made dark spots appear before her eyes, and her aunt's, "Who else would want you but me? Yeah, anyone would have kicked you out on the street a long time ago," her squeaky voice echoed in my head. "Next stop," announced the conductor, and the childhood memories dissipated. She went in search of work at the warehouses, car washes, and gas stations on the outskirts of town. Among them were diners and diners where she could also try her luck. My shoes were soaked, my bag was weighing down on my shoulders, but there was nowhere to go. She had to find something for the day, otherwise she would be homeless tomorrow. Mostly they refused politely and quietly. But at one of the car washes, the receptionist, for some reason, took her for a beggar and shouted in front of the other employees, "Get out of here. It's fashionable to walk around. I will not give you any work. You'll steal something else or worse." The driver, who had come to pay, looked at Emily, and she felt very uncomfortable. He was holding a cup of coffee in a paper bag with a brownie he'd just bought at the local buffet. The girl hadn't eaten anything since this morning. "Sorry," she hurriedly said, and quickly walked outside. It felt like she had just been doused in slop. How she hated her poverty at this moment. And she was not asking for alms, but wanted to earn an honest living. "Can I give you a ride?" came a man's voice from somewhere. "What?" Emily was confused. "And if you can, that would be great. Get it." It was the same man she'd run into at the car wash. A few minutes ago, driving by, he had stopped and looked out the open window. Once inside the car, Emily felt uncomfortable for the second time. The interior was clean, modern, and smelled very pleasantly of fragrance and expensive men's perfume. The girl even looked shyly at the driver and pondered to herself why he had stopped. Pity, an unpleasant thought flashed through her head. "Where do you want to go? To the nearest hostel of some kind, the cheapest one?" the man asked. The man turned on the navigator and used it to find the right address. Emily was angry at herself for having bypassed so few organizations and was afraid that tomorrow she would suffer the same fate. "Are you looking for a job?" the new acquaintance asked, either noticing the passenger's sad face or just out of politeness. "Yes," she replied faintly. "And what do you do for a living?" he asked, pulling up outside a gray, unassuming building labeled hostel. "Clerk, dishwasher, basically, whatever they'll take." "Thank you very much." She was about to leave, but the man suddenly perked up. "Do you have a medical book?" "Yes, my name is Jason." He held out his hand. "And I'm Emily," she replied, a little surprised. "Emily, if you're looking for a job, why don't you go as a dishwasher at a restaurant? I have an employee who left unexpectedly due to illness, and the season is about to start. And there's a lot to do. Looking for someone new is always a problem." "Oh wow," Emily was completely confused. "Interesting. Write down my number. Come back tomorrow for an interview." I don't have a phone. I'll write it down on a piece of paper. Jason dictated the address and left. Emily paid for a place in the hostel for the night, showered, and snacked on the bun she'd kept in her bag all day to eat when she got unbearably hungry. Finally, she crawled under the covers. Luckily, the room was barely occupied, and the two roommates were lying quietly in their beds, staring into their phones. And why would he do that? Emily asked herself, stroking her stomach. Her thoughts darted from one extreme to the other. At first, the girl was sure the man was a con artist, tricking naive fools into doing something illegal. Why? I only told him about the phone. Now he'll think that no one will even look for me in case of anything, she chastised herself. Then she suddenly imagined a beautiful, clean restaurant where the food smelled warm and delicious. She wanted to go there and eat to her heart's content with that pleasant feeling. The image of the casual acquaintance changed dramatically. Now he seemed like a kind and helpful person. Maybe he really needs a dishwasher urgently. He felt sorry for me and found out that I was looking for just such a job. So he offered it to me. What's the big deal? It's worth a shot. After all, washing dishes in a restaurant is still better than selling at the market. But think about it, she continued her inner dialogue as she fell asleep. She was determined that tomorrow she would go to the address and try to get a job. The morning was rainy and overcast. Her shoulders and legs were aching unpleasantly after yesterday's adventures. Emily, hello. Jason greeted her as she entered his office. Come on in, have a seat. Hello. Emily replied, once again feeling awkward. Her companion was sitting in his chair with his legs apart, the top buttons of his white shirt undone, and she noted to herself that he was quite handsome. Ready to get started in the next few days. I have a lot of guests in my kitchen right now. See, the thing is, I'm pregnant. There was a momentary pause, but it seemed to Emily that Jason had been silent for too long, and she was about to get up and leave. He didn't seem to be thinking of kicking her out, though. So let's do it this way, he said seriously. I'll give you a month's salary in advance so that you can rent a room for the first time. Don't refuse. I need a responsible employee, and without a permanent home, you're unlikely to do a good job. Emily didn't know how to respond. It was rare that anyone cared about her. So now it was hard to hold back tears, so much so that she was touched by her future boss's behavior. Jason did give her the money, and she rented a room near the restaurant. After getting to know the staff, Emily began her duties. Despite the constant bustle in the kitchen, she enjoyed washing dishes. She seemed to be the most cheerful in this new company. The cooks and waitresses often complained about their paychecks and lack of days off. But it's not like they were wandering around town with one bag looking for some part-time work for fear of being left on the street. Emily shrugged, smiling. The only person who disliked the new girl was the receptionist, Paul. This short, chubby man with a round face, which almost always lit up with a friendly smile, for some reason began to pick on her from the first minute. Appearances rest less often and work more. He remarked as he passed by as she took a seat in a chair. At that moment, his smile seemed venomous and mocking to her. And what did I ever do to him? Emily sighed, pacing home. Her whole body felt immensely tired. The only way to eat a good dinner was at work. So all she wanted to do on the way home was fall on her bed and sleep until morning. Oops, someone behind her nudged her. Where are you from, baby? There was a small white puppy sitting at the entrance to the supermarket with red spots on his sides and a thin tail that dangled cheerfully from side to side. Emily stroked the puppy's head and went inside. When she left the store, she bought a bag of dog food just in case. Her worst fears were realized. The little boy was sitting on the sidewalk nearby, as if waiting for someone. The street was empty, and behind her back, the vendor closed the door from the inside, obviously preparing to clean up and go home. But what am I going to do with you, silly? Emily asked sadly. As the puppy greedily devoured the food, she followed him all the way home, soaking wet from the rain. Skinny, panicked just like her, unwanted and alone like herself. She walked into the entryway and called the elevator. At the 10th floor, it descended, not lingering anywhere, and she was irresistibly drawn back. Finally, she couldn't stand it, waved her hand, and stepped outside. The puppy crouched against the wall, trying to hide from the rain. At the sight of Emily, he stood up and his tail wiggled hesitantly. "Okay, let's go. Just be quiet." She took him under her arm after all and headed into the apartment. Luckily, the hallway was empty and no one was cooking in the kitchen. She walked to her room, opened the door, left her shopping, and carried the puppy into the bathroom to hastily wash and feed him. Then she went back to her room and closed up. Surprisingly, he didn't run, barked, ate yesterday's porridge mixed with food, and fell sound asleep on the mat by the bed. Unable to think of what to do with him next, Emily washed her face and fell asleep. Over time, as the baby grew older and she accustomed him to taking morning and evening walks, Emily grew accustomed to her new life. More than once, she thought that the decision to have a dog in a communal apartment was the height of insanity. However, fate favored them. In the meantime, a noisy man who liked to scandalize moved out of the next room. So they were left with Emily, a quiet, inconspicuous student who came only to sleep, and an equally quiet woman whom they met occasionally in the kitchen or on the stairs. None of them had made any complaints about the puppy. So she settled in. What was really hard to do was to keep hiding the pregnancy from her coworkers. She didn't want to be pitied or ask unnecessary questions that she herself would have had trouble answering. But it was impossible to avoid the topic forever either. "Emily, confess, are you expecting a baby?" Dana, the blonde waitress, once asked, nodding toward her already rounded tummy. "Yes, I'm expecting," Emily replied simply. Wow. The girl's eyebrows crept upward in surprise. She looked at her coworker with big eyes, but then added with a smile, "I'm happy for you." That evening, when they had already left, Dana gathered everyone in the locker room and broke. Everyone, except the receptionist, treated the new girl well. So they didn't mind congratulating her, and in a couple of days, a folding crib was purchased in the closet, and in the refrigerator food for a feast was saved. There was nothing to do. "Congratulate her on being pregnant," Jason said arrogantly in response to the offer to join the group. Without him, however, there were plenty of people willing to join. Everyone from the cooks and waiters to the janitor and the janitorial staff joined in the festivity. Emily was moved to tears. She had not expected such a warm attitude on the part of total strangers and new people. And their gift came just in time, especially since they delivered and assembled it themselves. Now in the corner of Emily's room stood a pretty wooden crib with a blue mattress and pillows, and above it rock stars made of soft felt. And after the feast, for the first time in years, she was able to speak out and put into words all her pain, fears, and hopes. "I'm sorry if I'm minding my own business," Dana began when they were left alone to clean up the table. It was immediately clear what she wanted to ask. Who's the father of the baby? After a moment's silence, Emily decided to speak. Her colleague was not the kind of person who spread gossip and asked only for the sake of idle curiosity. But still, telling about her personal life was very hard. "You don't have to tell me if you want to," Dana remarked, sensing the awkward pause. "He came to visit us in the village, to our relatives, businesslike, so handsome in a car. We ran into him one day outside the store. We got to talking. He walked me almost home. Where in the middle of nowhere did you find such a beautiful girl?" I asked, and I blossomed. I thought I was in love. I thought I was, but I didn't. I wasn't actually in love. Only he wasn't what I thought he was. But that's something you don't realize right away. "So how did you end up here?" Dana asked. "He snuck me out and took me to the city," said Emily. "Really?" But seeing the horror in Dana's eyes, she smiled, like snatched me, sedated me with sleeping pills, and drove me away in a car. "No, I went on my own, and even happily at the time. I lived with my aunt." She worked on her relative's farm as a child. When her aunt found out that Emily had been sneaking out on dates, she pressed her, rebuked her, saying she was ungrateful and should pray to her for sheltering an orphan after her parents died. Dana blurted out in her heart. Emily cried but agreed with her. She was forced to work longer hours than usual, forced to spend her evenings in the vegetable garden, as if her hopes were dashed for something good. Cut off. He had to leave that day, and she shed so many tears that she could have watered all the beds with them. But he didn't leave without you. No, she didn't notice anything from her grief. And he stood behind the fence and called to her softly. "You want to hurry?" he said. She nodded. Her heart was pounding like crazy, as if ready to jump out of her chest. How had her aunt not noticed? She still wondered, but he helped her over the fence, and the car was parked nearby. That's how she found herself in a house dress and dirty slippers in the city. What happened next? Dana asked impatiently. He rented an apartment. I lived in it for a while. Bought me some clothes, and showed me around the city. It went on like that for a month and a half until I found out he was married. There was a lump in my throat, but I didn't want to cry. Apparently, the pain from those events gradually faded into the past. He said we either live like this or we split up. It turns out that it was just a hobby for him, a way to take a break from his wife and children. That's how I ended up on the street. I couldn't go back to my aunt. She'd eat me by train. I started to survive on temporary earnings, traveling around the cities in search of housing and food. And then I got pregnant like a snowball. At first, I didn't want to believe it, but no, my belly's growing. I haven't even been to the hospital once. "How?" exclaimed Dana. "Make sure you go. You have to get attached and get checked out. And histories, of course. You're good for coming to us." Luck. She smiled. Days went by. It turned out that even David's constant taunts and displeasure were something to get used to. It was getting harder and harder to do the dishes, get to and from work, and walk the baby. But even here, she tried not to complain and to look at everything with a positive attitude. One day, on her way home from her morning shift, Emily hesitated at the exit and sat down at a vacant table to tie her shoelaces. Her thoughts of how hard it would be to manage even simple tasks were suddenly interrupted. Behind her, at a neighboring table, sat a man and a woman. Apparently, they had come in for lunch and were animatedly discussing things at work. I went out into the hallway today, and he's standing in the window watching. Susan told me later that he stands like that every day. Waiting for his mom to come get him, came a pleasant female voice. "Doesn't he have any relatives at all?" The interlocutor asked. "No one, as far as I know, refused Nick. And there's nothing to treat him for." "What don't they treat him?" "They help, of course, as much as they can, and the doctor comes every week from the children's polyclinic. But you understand there's always not enough money." She could not tear herself away from the chair. A conversation between two strangers, and even overheard. But the story they were discussing touched her to the core. When the guests got up, she got up as well and headed after them. Just going for a walk. For interest's sake, she promised herself. The man-woman didn't notice the surveillance. They continued to discuss something until they reached a gray, unassuming building surrounded by a metal fence. A playground was visible away from the entrance. The windows on the second floor were decorated with paper flowers. What's the surprise? This was an orphanage. The small figure of a blonde-haired boy wearing a blue plaid shirt appeared in one of the windows. He looked around, as if searching for someone with his eyes. When he spotted Emily, he rose on his tiptoes and looked at her expectantly. A moment later, the curtain behind which he had been hiding moved, and a large woman in a brightly colored blouse and a carelessly curled lock of hair appeared behind him. She took him by the arm and with difficulty led him away. The boy tried to hold on and grab the windowsill. The child's strength was not enough to resist. His heart plummeted downward. The conversation of the visitors, the scene in the window, the shelter, it all came together in one picture. She rang the intercom, told the guard she was here to see the director, and finding the right office, knocked. "Did I understand you correctly? You want to pay for Peter's treatment?" The headmistress asked with restrained surprise. "Yes," Emily replied confidently. on the way from the gate to this office. She had calculated that she would give away some of her modest savings. May. Well, good. We'll be glad to have you, said the superintendent. Tell me, are you a relative of his? No, I heard about his story by chance, said Emily. Can I see the boy? Peter stood at the window again, looking among the passers-by for someone to come and get him. He was too thin and small for a 5-year-old, and Emily wanted to hug him. Peter, you have visitors, his teacher told him calmly. The child turned around, eyes as blue as his shirt, and hesitantly peered out from behind the curtain. They were sitting in some office in the presence of the very woman from the orphanage who had dined at the restaurant that day. The boy folded his hands in his lap and fiddled with a small toy. Emily scolded herself for not carrying some cute little trinket in her bag, like a key chain or a notebook. What can I get you next time I'm here? She asked goodbye. It was obvious that Peter was glad that she had decided to come again, but he didn't dare to ask for anything, and only modestly lowered his head. Will you say something in my ear? Emily asked, leaning over, and he nodded in agreement. Pencils, the boy whispered. Good, she said, and hugged him gently. That evening, counting the dollars she had saved, she took a deep breath, realizing how precious every dollar would soon be to her. Still, she didn't regret her decision to help Peter. She couldn't get past his story, especially after seeing it with her own eyes. The next day, Emily, completely immersed in her thoughts, did everything on automatic. Returning to the kitchen from the locker room, where she'd gone to get a sweater, she ran into a tall man who reminded her very much of Jason. At first, she'd mistaken him for her boss. I'm sorry, she said guiltily, smiling. That's all right, the stranger answered her. Do you work here? Yes, in the kitchen. My name is Emily. Nice to meet you. May, I'm Kevin. Do you know where my brother Jason and your brother are? I think he went somewhere. You better ask the manager, Emily suggested. He's in the lounge talking to the bartender. Kevin smiled sweetly, keeping his eyes on Emily, and went to look for David. The girl smiled back embarrassedly and then hurried into the kitchen. In a matter of weeks, the orphanage and its residents had become Emily's own. On weekends, she came to Peter's house, bringing fruit, toys, paints, felt tip pens, coloring books. Of course, all of this had to be shared with the other children. But in the moments when the two of them sat together in the meeting room, Peter became the sole owner of a whole wealth. Since their first meeting, the boy had grown cheerful and strong, and as before, he ran to the window where he now looked out for Emily. I drew you a picture, he said one day, and handed her a sheet of paper. It showed a woman with long hair walking among the trees and flowers, holding the hand of a little boy in a blue shirt. In the corner was the inscription, Emily from Peter. Now, that's beautiful. Did you write the letters yourself? Emily asked. Yes, the boy answered proudly, fiddling with the design kit while Emily brushed away a tear. She'd never asked where he'd come from in the orphanage, whether he remembered his family, who he'd been waiting for looking out the window, but she wanted to know it very much. The girl went to the headmistress. Oh, Emily, sighed the woman. It would be all right if he were from some bad family. What's wrong with his family? Emily asked. I didn't tell you that, she whispered. He's the grandson of a local businessman. There's a restaurant not far from here. Have you seen it? Emily nodded. Well, they have these restaurants all over the city. Continued the manageress. And the boy here to us. Nay, how come? Emily asked, dumbfounded. I don't know, she said. They say his eldest son and his wife divorced. She married a second time. Now he lives in luxury, and he forgot about the child. He sent gifts for a while, and then he disappeared. Peter remembers him. No, he was just a baby when he came to us, and if he's waiting for someone, we're all waiting. In the months she'd lived here, Emily had walked the entire neighborhood, so there was no doubt. There was only one restaurant in the neighborhood, and Peter was in her boss's family. The image of a wealthy, confident man of chic appearance, clearly in need of nothing, came to mind. How could he leave the child in the orphanage, forget about him, give him to the care of strangers? Her sense of injustice grew in her until it was impossible to contain it. "Dana, do you know where Timothy's father, our principal, is? Everyone talks about him with such respect," she asked as nonchalantly as possible, as if she were just curious. "I've only seen him once," Dana said. "A man like a man, short, gray-haired. He's kind of in charge of the main restaurant, and he's given his sons the branch." After finding the address of the place, Emily ran home after her shift to feed and take the baby outside. Then she drove downtown to meet Michael Alexander in person. He appeared to be a very personable and businesslike man, sitting in a leather chair behind a large, heavy desk. "What can I do for you?" he asked her courteously, looking at her carefully. "I don't know where to begin," Emily admitted and told him everything she knew, trying to be tactful and calm. Michael Alexander listened without interrupting. It was hard to tell from his face what he was thinking and how he felt about what he had heard. "So you're saying that I have a grandson?" Stretching his words after a pause, he said. "Yes," she answered confidently. "Well, good. Leave me your number. I want to know more about it. As soon as I know, I'll call you." And he called exactly 2 days later, saying that he did not know about his grandson, but now he wanted to participate in his fate. There was confusion and even sadness in his voice. "Did you really melt your grandfather's heart?" Jason asked, smiling, when Peter's story had become public. "I guess I didn't I?" Emily smiled back. "He wants to take him in and he's asking me to babysit. I just don't know how I'm going to keep up with everything. We'll leave you fewer shifts, and soon we'll send you on maternity leave," the boss said. And she thought he sounded tender in his voice and looked at her in a special way. "Emily, can I talk to you for a minute?" Me. Footsteps sounded behind her. It was Kyle. He was as surprised to see Peter as his father had been. But contrary to his anxious expectations, he didn't get angry or pull away. On the contrary, he also decided to take part in the boy's upbringing. "Emily, you're a very kind and bright person," the man said when they were alone. "Do not think that I left my wife and son. I really didn't know about him, but it's not for me to judge," he shrugged. They were nearing the end of their 5th month of pregnancy, but they were still strong enough to go about their daily business. Peter finally waited for his happiness and looked out the window. He was taken to his grandfather's house, given a whole room, and bought a sea of toys. In the mornings, he was taken to daycare by Michael Alexander's driver, and in the afternoons, Emily came over to study and play with him. The wife of the owner was about 20 years younger than him and was more engaged in her own life, so that she was almost not visible. The baby, unexpectedly for the owners, became the favorite of the whole apartment. Neighbors, and even the dog, who at first cold to the newcomer dog, with time became sociable with him. Freedom walked along the corridor and even sometimes stayed at someone's house for the night. Emily was glad. When it was time to give birth, she would have someone to leave him with. One warm day in August, when nothing seemed to be going wrong and work at the restaurant was going on as usual, the man Kyle had been talking to Sandy with suddenly changed his face. "We can by the manager's office when you're free," he said sternly as he looked into the kitchen. Everyone who was around at that moment looked at them in surprise. "I thought he was in love with you." "Oh, don't make up nonsense," Emily retorted, pretending it was no big deal, though she wondered how she could have earned that attitude. "How had he asked?" She'd walked into Jason's office after work, who'd left that day, leaving his older brother in his place instead of David, his deputy. "Why are you prying into someone else's life without figuring things out?" Kyle began his interrogation abruptly. "Is something wrong?" "I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Why meddle in another family's affairs? I have to justify myself to my father for the umpteenth time. And it's all because of you, because you stick your nose where it doesn't belong." He'd never allowed himself to talk to her like that before, and she cried with resentment, holding herself back. It turned out that Kyle had called his ex-wife Sandy last night to remind her of her son. She had reacted coldly, not wanting to hear about her past life. The woman was quite happy with the way her fate had settled after the divorce. "You say you don't want a son?" Kyle asked her, starting to boil over. "And you're up for being a good father. I'll give you a look at you, Sandy. You're a fool, maybe you are. At least I'm not abandoning my child," I'm sure she was almost laughing. "What do you mean? Have you forgotten that we've been living like strangers lately? Have you lost your memory? It is not your child, not yours, as it is not mine." "Whose is it then? It doesn't matter. And anyway, I'm sick of you. Leave me alone. Why didn't I just block your number?" Sandy was indignant, while Kyle's unpleasant realization dawned on her. David. Yes, silence followed those words, and everything suddenly made sense. Silence. Nothing to say. So live with that for the rest of your life, knowing that your sick child is in an orphanage and your lover works under your ex-husband's boss. "Kyle, don't shame me. He promised to divorce his wife and take care of me and the boy." Sandy's voice shook, but he didn't wait for her remorse and disconnected. David, the restaurant administrator, was scandalously fired. He didn't want to lose his position over some personal relationship. "Get out," Kyle pointed at the door, and the usually cheerful face of the administrator twisted with anger. "Aren't you the boss here?" he said sharply and looked at Jason with hope in his eyes. "I stand in solidarity with my brother," the principal replied tiredly. "If you have thoughts of going to your father, you can waste no time. Will you? I'm sure he's furious that he had to recognize a complete stranger's child as his grandson." After all of this wrangling, Jason went home to not see his brother or anyone at all for a while. When he heard what had happened, he couldn't believe it. Even in the morning, it had seemed like things couldn't have turned out better. She had a place to live, a job, and a very attractive and wealthy man who was paying attention to her. Peter had finally found a family, and the only thing she had to think about was how to get healthy and have a son. "Should I leave now?" she asked without raising her eyes to Kyle. Yes, still in accounting, he cut him off stiffly. After getting the money, she headed over to Peter's house to play with him and take her mind off her heavy thoughts at the same time. Karina, Kyle, and Jason's stepmother opened the door. Seemed more like their sister. "What do you want?" she asked, looking Emily over from head to toe. "I came to study with Peter. Don't come here again." Michael Alexander said not to let you in. She slammed the door right in her guest's face. For a couple minutes, Emily stood like that, looking through the brown metal doors with gold embellishments in the shape of battered plants. This was it. Life was falling apart again. After the happy months with their plans and dreams, there was once again a bleak emptiness, uncertainty, and loneliness to look for a job again, but that would hardly be easy with a belly like this. And what about Peter? What would they say to him? How will they treat him now? All week, on her way to the store to look for a part-time job, Emily would purposely pass by the orphanage. Maybe she'd see Peter in the window, but there were other little faces peering out from behind the curtains, probably waiting for someone to come for them. There wasn't. But that didn't mean he was all right. She took a walk with the baby over the weekend and had a hurried snack. Emily lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time, wondering what to do next. The baby was moving slightly inside, and it immediately gave her strength and desire to live, because she was carrying a whole person and could not give up like that. In the corner of the room was a crib, which was gradually filled with tiny things. Instead of a stroller, she bought a sling to carry the baby to the hospital or the store. Not always convenient, but there wasn't enough money for a stroller anyway. There was a knock on the door. She shuddered in surprise, clumsily got up and opened it. "There's a man here to see you," the neighbor said, and went straight to his room. Who could it be? Wasn't David out to avenge his dismissal? Who knows? Emily walked cautiously to the door and looked through the peephole. Jason was standing there. "Hi," he said guiltily when he saw his former subordinate. "Hi." Emily looked at him questioningly, trying to figure out why he was here and if it had anything to do with Peter. I'm sorry you had to get hurt because of our family squabbles. It's nothing really, he said. Taking the baby with them, they walked outside, leaving the gray yards and heading for the park. Jason took the leash, bought them each a large ice cream cone, and generally acted very attentive and caring. Emily was relieved. It felt so peaceful and good inside all of a sudden. Do you know how Peter is? She asked anxiously. I don't know. I haven't been there in a long time, but I know he's staying at his father's house. While they were walking, Peter was running around the house, fleeing from his foster grandmother. He accidentally broke her favorite vase, and the woman was beyond angry. That's not to say she was really upset about the broken dishes. Rather, she was looking for an excuse to scare him, as she hated her grandson for taking attention away from her. Her husband had become too attached to the boy. The nursery was piled to the ceiling with toys. There were at least 3 scooters and a bicycle in the hallway. On weekends in the house appeared animators in costumes of cartoon characters. And in the evenings, the grandfather liked to sit with his grandson and chat about adventures, read him fairy tales. Such a distraction from her specialty could not help but anger that was not why she had married and pretended to be a model wife, to share the pedestal of the heiress with some child. True, the news that Peter became a bully cooled the ardor of Michael Alexander, and he began to come into the nursery less and less often. But that wasn't enough for Karina. She wanted the boy to go back to the orphanage and not spoil her plans. Are you sad about work? Jason asked, stroking the boy's head. No, I'm not. They sat down on the bench. Don't worry about it, and don't think about money at all. At one point, she would have been over the moon to hear such words. But too many things were weighing on her, so it was impossible to imagine how to get out of it. Even if you help, I'm worried about Peter. I've gone to their place several times, but they either didn't open the door for me or Karina put me out with curses and promises to call the police on us. And Peter probably thinks I betrayed him, Emily said with a sigh. Come on, she's not that scary, Jason smiled. If you want, I can go over there one of these days, see how things are going, and give Peter something from you. Oh, that would be great. Go, please, Emily asked, and he nodded in agreement. But that's not all I'm worried about, she continued. What else? Jason asked anxiously, looking at Emily. It suddenly dawned on her that he wasn't just here out of politeness or guilt about being fired. I have health problems. I haven't had a checkup in a long time. I had to survive, find a job, stay in hotels. I didn't have time for that. And recently they said that I need urgent treatment so that the baby will not be harmed, and I will be able to give birth safely. And what do you need for that? It's just a question of money. Jason was frightened. Emily sighed. She wanted to tell him that she had only enough money to pay for 2 months' rent and groceries, not to mention medicine and vitamins. But she couldn't. Don't ask for anything. You'll manage somehow, she said to herself, and added aloud that she was the one complaining. Don't listen to her. Everything will be all right. Jason hugged her. Nothing in return for the endless fear and helplessness came a sense of calm and even a sense of happiness. He arrived at the communal apartment again that evening, this time with 2 bags of groceries. Jason looked pleased, as if he'd accomplished something very good, or he'd had a brilliant idea that he couldn't share yet. This is for you, he said cheerfully. Thank you so much, Emily brightened. Did something happen? I won't tell you before I tell you, but I promise you'll like it. With that, he left, and Emily greedily went through the goodies he'd brought her. She'd been saving money lately, buying only what she needed. And here were a variety of fruits, nuts, sweets, and yogurt. And among the variety of goodies, she found an envelope with the inscription, "No refusals are accepted for medicines. We need you healthy." Emily pressed the envelope to her chest, stroking her belly. Her baby was safe, Emily would be treated, and all should be well. It seemed to be the happiest moment she'd had in a while. Jason hadn't told her his plan until the last minute, apparently afraid she'd say no. So she didn't know where he was taking her until they pulled up to Michael Alexander's house. "We're going to Peter's," she asked cautiously. Yes, but first to my father's. Say, would you like to take Peter in with you if you have a place to live? I'm not arguing, just say yes or no. Of course I would, Emily said. She wanted to adopt Peter, but she didn't want to live off Jason. And that was exactly what he was thinking, judging by his questions. There was no way out. Overcome with self-doubt, she followed him straight to Michael Alexander's office. They came to the end of the shigly laid-back hallway, the door ajar, and a blonde head peeked out. Emily waved at Peter, and he smiled back. "We'll be in to see you soon," she said. The restaurateur was half reclining in a large armchair with a book in his hands, clearly surprised to see the uninvited guests. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" he asked in his usual polite manner. "Hi, Daddy. We need to talk," Jason said simply. "All right, I'm listening." Michael Alexander sounded displeased. He certainly didn't want to have any conversation. "We want to raise Peter on our own. You don't want him, do you?" The man grinned, lifted himself up, and threw his finger to the side. "Oh, how? Do you want—" "Yes, we sure do," Jason answered, looking into his father's eyes. Emily's heart warmed at those words. So her youngest son had grown up. "All right then, you can raise him if you want to live. Where will you be?" Michael Alexander thought, returning to his semi-reclined position and folding his hands on his stomach. "Not here, I hope," Jason said. "I'm getting ready to leave. Then we're taking him." Peter stood tall and stepped out from behind the door, afraid he'd miss the moment when the guests left. He had decided for himself that he would check out, grab onto Emily, and never let go, because he couldn't sit alone and put up with Karen's nagging anymore, and his grandfather had almost stopped paying attention to him. "Emily, I've missed you so much," he said, hugging her as hard as he could, and then he hurried on. "Please don't leave me here. Please, please don't. I don't want to stay here anymore." "Of course I won't, Peter. Come on, pack your things and let's go. And there's a surprise waiting for you at home." The boy's eyes lit up at those words. He ran into his room and began clumsily putting his clothes into his backpack. He and Jason helped him gather the essentials and find his favorite toys. As they left the house, the company spotted Karen by her bright red, shiny car in the yard. She looked at them with disdain and smiled contentedly, realizing that the baby was no longer in her house. Peter hid behind Emily's back. As they walked past, no one noticed that Michael Alexander was watching them at that moment from the office window. He sighed and watched the car drive away until it disappeared around the corner. That evening, the surprise was not only for the boy who had long dreamed of a dog. Emily stood for a long time in the hallway of the apartment Jason had brought them to. That was the position he'd caught her in when he lifted her things out of the trunk. "What are you doing? Come on in," he said, smiling, and set the bags on the floor. From the living room came a cheerful murmur. Peter and the baby were already settling into their new accommodations and rolling around on the floor in their arms, one snickering, the other wincing. "I don't believe it," Emily muttered quietly. "Don't believe me." "Why not?" Jason got upset. "I don't," she smiled back. "I don't believe it happens like this, and that we're going to live in an apartment like this." Scared you. It's a fun apartment, like an apartment. It'll do for the first time. But for the future, of course, we need a larger one. He helped them clean up and put things away, and then he left, leaving them to settle in. In a day of joyful upheaval, Peter fell asleep immediately, and with him the baby, poking his wet red nose into the blanket. He was sleeping peacefully, not the other way around. For a long time she couldn't settle down to lie down. The days she had spent in her room with fear, contemplating the future, were imprinted in her with perpetual worry and dread. Thus, the birth of their son seemed to be an unpredictable and terrifying event, and their further existence in a small apartment with a shared bathroom and kitchen, a constant domestic discomfort. Now she wandered quietly through the stylishly furnished living room, looked into the kitchen, admired the snow-white bathroom with a large mirror and a warm floor. She looked out the window at the lights of the city at night, It was more like a dream than reality. For the first time, it seemed, in her entire life, she felt completely safe. Sleep caught up with her toward morning. Jason had paid for 3 months' rent at once. He'd helped set up the crib, brought gifts, and just visited often. At first, Emily had been haunted by the feeling that there was some intent or deception behind it all. Then came a sense of obligation to Jason. But thanks to a sincerity and kindness toward them, all of that soon passed, and she was just glad for the idol. What do the doctors say? He inquired on one of his visits. All is well, they say. In November I will give birth. Son is healthy, developing perfectly, and weight is normal, said Emily. And she thought involuntarily what a good dad Jason would be. Somewhere in the back of her mind was the hope that he would love her baby and Peter as if they were his own. Oh, and guess what? While I was driving to the women's health clinic, I met Peter and his babysitter from the orphanage. What does she say? He asked politely. I didn't think it was a good idea to tell him about it after all. Oh, nothing. Glad Peter's living well now. Not that everyone there remembers him, because no one but him spent so much time at the window waiting. At that moment, a toddler in star-spangled pajamas and a scarf around his neck came running into the kitchen. And Peter, with an equally cheerful hairdo and a smeared face, ran in following. Mom, you know how he runs fast like an athlete, the boy said, panting. And, apparently coming to his senses, looked with big eyes at Emily, and then at Jason, said, what exactly? Great. Maybe we'll put him in the runner sports section. Emily smiled. She reached over, hugged him, and whispered in his ear, I love you, son. Peter brightened, took the candy from the table, and ran back into the living room, but immediately returned and cheerfully declared, I always knew it. In the light of events, the babysitter story was forgotten and no longer remembered as completely insignificant. Jason and Emily spent the rest of the evening quietly discussing the changes that had taken place in Peter's life over the past month. How he'd grown, how he'd stopped startling at night, how he'd taken responsibility for walking his favorite dog, and now these new, unfamiliar feelings, warm, joyful, overwhelming. But as soon as Jason left and all the chores were done, the thoughts returned. The babysitter they'd accidentally bumped into when they decided to walk from the hospital to the house. It had been creepy. She was such a chatterbox and would talk nonstop about everything that was going on in and out of the orphanage. We love Peter dearly, of course. It's so good that you took him in and that everything worked out for him. He is a wonderful boy, kind, responsive, whatever you ask always does. He just stands by the window. I feel sorry for him. I know he's waiting for his mom and dad, but I can't help him. The woman approached the territory, waving her grocery bags amusingly. Thank you for loving the children so much. Emily smiled. Who's your second child? A boy or a girl? Not jealous? No, I think we have enough love and attention for all of them. Answered the nanny. That's good. And then there are all sorts of people. First they leave and then they come back. And the child has waited so long for her. Have you heard something? That someone had come to Peter's house before? Emily was surprised, but she thought she'd misunderstood. No, the woman mumbled. But I'm not going to keep quiet, so I'll just say it as it is. A woman came here, asking about him again. At first, she said she was a distant relative. She came to see him. She was interested in who took the child, were they to a family or just transferred to another institution. Then we got to talking. I even had time to cry. What did she say? Why did she decide to find out about her son after all these years? The unexpected news knocked Emily off her feet. Was this woman really going to take the baby away? Why would she want him? Because, like Kyle said, she lived in luxury and didn't need any children. No, who knows her, the nanny said. The man, I understand, let her down. A new wife, mother-in-law, did some nasty things. But don't worry, I didn't tell her anything. It's strictly forbidden. Well, thank you for telling me about the wife. I don't remember the details. Like she was the one who convinced her to keep the baby in the hospital, and then she fought with my father's brother all the time, tried to break him up. In general, some unpleasant woman in their family. Sighed the nanny. Oh, thank you very much again, Emily said quickly, deciding to go the other way. She needed to be alone with her thoughts. You take good care of Peter and come visit sometime. You're always welcome, Nanny said good-naturedly. Of course we will, Emily promised as they walked through the yards, past houses, playgrounds, and parking lots. Emily was determined that she would call Michael Alexander and tell him what she had learned. It felt like something unkind was lurking in his young wife. At that moment, she had no idea how fatal her call would be, upsetting him and his sons, and leaving Peter, to whom he was attached as a grandson, the elderly businessman, would be all alone. Of course, he had a staff of assistants, a driver, a gardener, a cook, a maid, and Michael Alexander had a wife, young, beautiful, slender, and spectacular. But none of these people really needed him. Everyone was only after his monetary interest. He handed over all the business affairs to Karina, and himself spent most of his time at home, sitting in his incredible-sized chair, drinking his favorite coffee and reading books. These cases brought him pleasure, but could not replace the simple live communication. With trembling hands, she dialed the number she had secretly written down from David's notebook long ago. "Hello," came the harsh male voice. "Michael Alexander, hello, it's Emily. You probably don't even want to hear from me, but there's something I really need to tell you." "It's important," she said quickly, in one breath so as not to slip up. She was surprised when, instead of hanging up or saying mean things, the man seemed pleased. "Hi, Emily, go ahead," he said in a measured tone. "One man was very persuasive about leaving the baby in the hospital, and he also tried to quarrel you and your sons and them among themselves. This person is your wife, Karina. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I think she's dangerous to you. Please be careful. Take care of yourself." "Understood," Michael Alexander said after almost a minute's silence. "Thank you. Tell Jason and Peter not to take offense at me." "Okay, I will." What happened next? She didn't know. Whether he listened to what she said, or whether he took it as silly fiction, or whether he told Karina about it. And they laughed together. Whatever it was, she did what she had to do. Let them deal with it themselves. She didn't dare say anything more. Emily was afraid of Jason's reaction. He hadn't liked to talk about his family since he'd been fired, and he didn't want to talk to his relatives. The news came on a most unexpected day. Since morning, she did not pull up her stomach, lying in the bathtub, but the contractions did not let go. On the contrary, little by little they intensified, although so far they were absolutely tolerable. Deciding to herself that there was enough money for the trip, she did not call the doctor and began to pack a bag to the maternity hospital. At that very moment, Jason knocked on the door, excited and pleased. "You're not going to believe this," he announced loudly, taking off his jacket. "My dad just called me. He was surprised. Yeah, he invited us over for a peace offering." "What about his Karina? She doesn't like guests." "But there is no Karina anymore," he added with a laugh. "Where did she go?" Emily, too, was amused by how funny Jason could be. But then a grimace of pain crossed her face, and the smile on his face changed to one of alarm. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" He was frightened. "I'm going to the hospital. It's time," Emily said in a snap and pointed to the clear bag on the bed. "So what's up with Karina, huh?" "Well, screw Karina. How are you going to do it? Right now? What am I supposed to do?" "Don't worry," she smiled. "I'll pack now and we'll go quietly. Just pick Peter up from daycare tonight, please, and tell him we'll be back soon with his brother." Jason was a little calmer now, but he still looked at her anxiously. And there was no doubt about Peter. He was in good hands for distractions on the road. Emily did ask to tell the interesting story of Karina's disappearance, though. It turned out that after that call, Michael Alexander really became suspicious, hired a private investigator, installed hidden cameras in the house, which he viewed in real time. That kind of vigilance proved to be very useful, His wife was going to poison her elderly husband and present everything as an accident. Mixed up, they say, the medicine drank what was needed. His heart couldn't take it. Dobre, Karen waved away, when her husband showed her a video where she slips a pill into the coffee. What's crazy? Michael Alexander laughed, surprised at her insolence. It's your medicine. The doctor prescribed it. I forgot. He already prescribed drops, not pills, he continued, forcing her to justify herself. They weren't on the prescription. I bought the pills. If you don't want them, don't take them. I care about you, and you're suspicious. Show me the pills. Leave me alone. You senile old man. She screamed hysterically and ran to the kitchen to hide the medicine, but her husband beat her to it. How can you be so cruel? Emily shook her head indignantly. What did her father do? He kicked her out as usual and threatened to go to the police if she tried to hurt him or us again. Although I think we should have filed a report. This is a real assassination attempt. Emily was met in the waiting room and asked to go to the ward. As they parted, they hugged, and Jason whispered in her ear, "It's going to be okay. I love you." It was amazing how much those words affected her. It felt so warm and safe at once. The boy was born late that night, and Jason and Peter were with them in the morning. They were admiring the red face and the white bonnet. The baby opened one eye and looked at him seriously and smacked his lips softly. "Will he always be so small?" Peter asked in a whisper. "No, he will grow up quickly, learn to run, and you will play together in the cars." "You," said his mother. "I don't know what to do with such a little one," the boy exhaled. "Really?" Jason and Emily exchanged understanding looks. After they were discharged, Mikey's grandfather and uncle wanted to meet the newborn. Emily only smiled as she watched a broad-shouldered and sad Michael Alexander gently rock the baby while Kyle gave him advice on what lullaby to sing to help the baby sleep better. The family is finally reunited. A year and a half after these events, Emily began to leave her youngest son with a nanny and herself returned to the restaurant where she was now in charge of things in the kitchen. The guests loved the menu, which was updated with her participation, so there was plenty of work to do. One thing had been troubling her heart all this time, but Jason was so preoccupied with work and the children that he kept putting off a decision that was important to both of them. Finally, one day, arriving at the restaurant, as usual by 9, Emily discovered a sign at the entrance that read "Special Service." What is that? She wondered and walked inside to the lounge exit. A path of pink petals. Trying not to step on them, Emily stepped forward, planning to reprimand the new receptionist for not telling her in advance about the festivities, what the menu would be, how many people would be there, and what time they would be arriving. Were the thoughts in her head getting confused? Maybe that was why she didn't immediately realize what was going on. The hall was decorated with fresh flowers and ribbons, and in the center stood a large cake with champagne and glasses. All the restaurant staff were crowded around it, and Michael Alexander was here, and behind them was someone else. Jason, Emily said more out of surprise than any desire to address her lover. He came out to her satisfied, happy in a suit, and with a bouquet in his hands. Only now did she remember yesterday's hints, dressing up and the suspicious need to leave early this morning. Oh, good thing I wore a dress, Emily thought, feeling her legs and arms begin to tremble with excitement. "My sweet Emily." Jason began very formally. "We've been together for so long, but I kept putting this event off. The household, the moves, the kids. Everything seemed like the wrong time, but now I'm ready." He pulled a box out of his pocket and opened it. Inside glittered a gold ring set with many small shining diamonds. "Marry me," he smiled, and Emily glowed back, nodding, "Of course," and all the guests applauded. The next event swirled before her like a kaleidoscope. The flowers, the white dress, Peter in his first business suit, Jason's delighted face when she walked out to him, and they got into a white car decorated with gold rings. Live music, clinking glasses, the glitter of flares. Guests twirled in a dance, winking, smiling at the newlyweds, who also kept up and set the tone for the entire evening. In the midst of all this splendor, she was transported back for a moment, and a long fenced-in area, a rosary in Zoe's face. Her past appeared before her. At that moment, the closest thing to it, the first date, the elopement, the trains, the markets. Surprisingly, she'd almost forgotten that time, even though it had seemed like it was with her forever at the time. What would have happened if she hadn't decided to climb over the fence, get into the car, and drive off into the unknown with her hands dirty after work, without belongings and without money? It's scary to imagine. And how great everything turned out in the end after so many years of hardships, trials, and worries. Suddenly, the frightening images of childhood and youth blurred. Music, voices, and joyful laughter around her came back again. The smiling faces of her friends spun around. Yes, now she is where she feels good. The people she loves the most, Emily, her mom and her wife, are around. And there are still a lot of pleasant troubles ahead. Family joys, children's laughter, small gifts for holidays, joint trips to the movies, and much more. Now everything will definitely be very good. In her hurry to meet her fiancé's rich parents, Amélie stood up for the old woman. And when she crossed the threshold, Amélie flew home in tears. It was raining, she was soaking wet. The smart sundress, which the girl wore in honor of the solemn occasion, clung to her body. Her hair hung in dull strands along her face. Amélie did not even think to look for shelter. On the contrary, it was even better you could not see the tears streaming down her cheeks. You'd think they were raindrops. Oberon. How could he? Those eyes of his, the timid gaze he carefully hid from her. The man Amélie had long considered the bravest, the most reliable and loving, was almost hiding behind his silent father's back. But the mother of the family was not stingy with her expressions. No, she talked a lot that evening. The target is close at hand. The outline of a large mall, which is only a 2-minute walk from the house, is already visible in the distance. Wow. It took Amélie about half an hour to get from the center. She would have waited longer for the bus, that's for sure. That's what resentment does to people. Amélie didn't even notice she'd gone about 10 or 12 kilometers. Amélie stopped. No, you can't go home like this. Mom would be there, she'd start asking questions, worrying, and it's not good for her, even dangerous. Mom. Somewhere in Amélie's stomach an unpleasant cold ball moved. Mommy has a very bad heart. The disease progresses with age, especially lately. Mommy needs to avoid unnecessary worry. So Amélie will go to the mall now. She'll dry off a little, have a cup of coffee in the food court, sit, recover, and then put on her face one of her trademark complacent smiles, and only then will appear in front of her parents. Amélie, from childhood accustomed to take care of her mother. Many times the girl witnessed her attacks. Sometimes her mother was even taken to the hospital, and not yet an adult Amélie was left for several days or even weeks alone under the supervision of neighbors, of course, but still. Amélie and her mother had no relatives to look after the girl. They were alone in the whole world. Once Amélie learned that her mom was forbidden to give birth at all. Overheard a conversation between the parent and a friend. Then the girl, of course, asked Jane's mother questions. She at first refused, tried to change her daughter's mind. And then she confessed. Yes, they told me, she said. They warned me. But their predictions were wrong. They didn't believe I was carrying you at all. They predicted I'd be dead by midterm. So how did you decide? I thought, why should I live if I can't have you? You were already with me, living under my heart. How could I ever get rid of you? No, it's the best decision of my life. Amélie sometimes felt guilty, because it was because of her that her mother was in such a state. But her mother, noticing it, even got angry with her daughter. Don't think about such things. I wanted a child myself. How could you influence my decision? Think about it. I wanted to have a daughter like that. And I'm happy I went against all odds. And I was right, by the way. Yeah, well, my heart's racing. Where's the guarantee that it wouldn't have happened without the birth? I've had it since I was a kid anyway. Doctors used to say I'd die during pregnancy. Then they said I wouldn't survive labor. Then they assured me that my child would end up in an orphanage at the age of 2 or 3. So what do we really have? Mother often repeated Emily that the daughter the most priceless gift that made her life. That it is a great happiness to have such a wonderful child. She also sometimes talked about Emily's father, and the girl understood that her mother loved this man very much, although she knew him only for a short time. They met by chance, ran into each other in New York on the Brooklyn Bridge. A handsome young man had come to the Big Apple for a student conference, and his mother, then still future, of course, Amelie, had gone on vacation for the first time in her life. She had recently graduated from college, got a job as a dressmaker in an attire, and began to make a good living for those times. So she saved up for a year for a trip. Young people immediately liked each other. They walked together for a long time on the picturesque streets of New York, sat in cafes. The student turned out to be so intelligent and interesting conversationalist that the young girl listened to him, holding her breath. Then they went to his room right that same evening. Both thought that this was just the beginning of the relationship, but fate had ordered otherwise. They agreed to meet at the monument at lunchtime the day after the guy finished another semester. But the girl then never waited for her lover. At first she thought that the student deceived her, but how he looked at her with admiration, gently held her hands. No, it didn't seem to be true. The eyes could not lie. And then the girl went to the hotel where the young man was staying. There it turned out that the students were urgently taken away to some military training camp, exercises or something like that. So he just couldn't come to her, couldn't get away. That's how we got lost. Amia's mom sighed with a sad smile as she told her daughter the story. There were no social networks then, so it was impossible to find each other in the vast country. We didn't have time to exchange addresses. I searched for him. Tried to find out information about his city or university in that very hotel. They refused. It's confidential, after all. I'm sure he tried to find me too, but at least I still had you. And how could I turn down such good fortune? Amelie took a seat at a table that was hidden behind a column. She didn't want people looking at her right now. They flowed through the upper floor of the mall in an endless stream. There were couples in love among them. Young people were hugging, smiling at each other, just like she and Oberon, who had recently been happy. But of course it was not certain that this happiness would last long. Not at all. The smiling waiter brought Amelie coffee and wished her a good day. The same friendly in appearance, but in fact indifferent. He doesn't care at all what Amelie's day will be like. It's just his job. The only person in the world who cares about the girl is her mother. Her health is deteriorating. After all, until tonight the girl had hoped that Oberon would too. Oberon loves her too. He had told her that more than once, hadn't he? He was lying. Amelie sipped the hot, fragrant drink with pleasure. A blissful warmth spread throughout her body. It even felt a little lighter. A little. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. I'd shown my true colors today. It would have been much worse if their relationship had gone further and gotten more serious. And then he'd show her his true colors. But it couldn't get any more serious than that. Amelie thought he was about to propose to her. Why else would he suddenly ask her to meet his parents? Isn't that a sign of seriousness? Amelie was a recent college graduate. She also became a dressmaker like her mother. She loved it from a very early age. She, as a very young girl, sewed outfits for her numerous dolls. She liked to think up interesting models, select materials. The process itself also gave the girl pleasure. It is a miracle there was a piece of fabric or a few pieces. And now this shapeless something turned into a wonderful dress, which makes any doll a princess. Mom worked a lot, so the girl was often left alone at home, left to herself. But she was never bored, sewing and distracted and entertained and gave pleasure. Mom, coming from work, sincerely admired her daughter's creations. She even took these mini masterpieces Amelie in her attire and showed her colleagues. But no fashion designer from Amelie, of course, did not come out. She finished college after high school and got a profession of seamstress, and now worked in an atelier near her home. She loved her work. In her hands, everything went well. The bosses praised the young, talented employee. No one could so virtuoso as she adjust the outfit to the figure. Over time, she was entrusted with the most difficult cases, and the girl coped with them on the hurrah. She even liked difficult tasks. She saw them as a challenge. Amelie ordered herself another coffee. She needed to warm up. She didn't want to get sick and infect her mom. There was no way she could be sick. Amelie had recently done the almost impossible, arranged a consultation with a distinguished professor of cardiology. And it's completely free. Soon her mother will be examined by the best specialists in the region, and perhaps they will choose a treatment scheme that will ease the condition of a woman who is not old yet. Mom is just over 40, and yet like a 100-year-old woman she chokes when she walks, and her shelf in the bathroom cabinet is filled with batteries of medicine bottles. All of this made Amelie sick and very scared. Oberon somehow distracted the girl from these sad thoughts. A switch. By his mere existence, it was as if he lived in some other world. The son of wealthy parents, flitting through life like a carefree moth, meeting friends, traveling, partying, always smiling and cheerful. He seemed to infect others with his optimism. Oberon is also, of course, handsome, tall, athletic, correct facial features, wide white-toothed smile, charming dimples on his cheeks, and eternal bronze tan on his body. Oberon often traveled with his parents. Even in winter, they flew to the ocean, where they sunbathed and splashed in the turquoise waves. Oberon also dressed stylishly and tastefully. He looked like a guy from a fashion magazine and could easily have been a model. But he had very different plans for this life. Oberon was studying at a prestigious economics university. When he and Helene first met, the guy was just finishing his penultimate year. Ahead was a difficult but interesting year: state exams, writing a diploma, graduation, and then work for his father, a well-known local businessman, owner of a network of car services. What could be in common between this bright representative of the golden youth and a poor girl, recently graduated from college and working as a seamstress? But they had a fateful meeting in a nightclub. Emily had never been fond of such places. For one thing, it was expensive. To visit this club, she spent half of her salary, which was irrational in her situation. But Susie, her childhood friend and neighbor, had asked, literally begged Amelie to keep her company. Susie had always dreamed of a beautiful life and planned at least for one evening to plunge into the atmosphere of an expensive nightclub. She had even bought a dress for the occasion. How could Amelie refuse? Amelie immediately did not like the fact that the table was occupied, and Susie immediately rushed to the dance floor. Amelie recognized her friend's silhouette among the dancing crowd and wondered, what is there to like here? The music is so loud that it seems that my eardrums are about to burst. It's stuffy, cramped, smoky. Well, since I'm here, I'll have to stay with my friend until the end. We can't leave her alone. Amelie put on her favorite tight jeans and a wide flowing top. And as it turned out, she was the one who had guessed the right outfit, not Susie in her dressy dress. Almost all the girls in the club were dressed about the same as Amelie. Not a ball at all. A couple of times she managed to get her friend out on the dance floor. "Did you come to sit here?" Susie asked, her eyes blazing with joy. And Amelie danced among the crowd of young people. Yes, it was certainly nice to relax and let the sound waves take over. At one of these moments, Oberon came up to her. He simply stood beside her and began to dance, copying and complimenting Amelie's movements. The girl, noticing this, was embarrassed, stopped, but he smiled at her in a friendly manner, took her hand and led her in the dance. Ami spun so deftly and confidently that the two of them seemed to become one. It was an incredible sensation. During the dance, the girl looked at her unexpected beau. Handsome, incredibly handsome, stylish and dressed very expensively. Amelie had an excellent understanding of things, because she worked in an attire. The young man was wearing clothes of expensive brands. How did such a guy even pay attention to her? Perhaps the dance would end, he would smile and leave to his equally rich friends. He probably just liked the way Amelie danced. So he paired her up for a few minutes. But Oberon didn't leave. He asked for permission to walk Amelie to her table. And since there was no one at that table, as Susie continued to conquer the dance floor, the young man offered to keep Amelie company. Wow. Amelie's heart was pounding like a jackhammer. She couldn't believe that a guy like that wanted to hang out with her. That night, they tried to talk honestly, but the loud music was getting in the way, making it almost impossible. Still, Auburn managed to shower Amelie with compliments that she had never heard from him before. You are very beautiful and plastic. You have simply beautiful eyes. As soon as I saw them, something in me immediately turned upside down, Auberon said, looking directly at Amelie and looking very serious. The guy clearly wasn't joking or being sly. He was saying what he felt. Amelie was confused. Previously, she had only heard compliments about her undoubted talent for sewing. The girl did not consider herself beautiful. At school, the boys did not pay attention to her, noticing only the classmates with more prominent forms. What about Amelie? Skinny, tall, angular, who would look at such a thing? There were no guys at college and no guys at work. So this was the first time Amelie had ever received such delightful compliments that made her head spin. Of course, she fell in love with Auberon at once. In her mind, he was the most beautiful guy in the world, except she didn't believe anything was possible between them. Too different. Auberon asked Amelie to leave him her phone number. Amelie dictated the numbers. The young man saved her number and asked her to do the same with his. Auberon then escorted both friends in a cab home. Svetka tried to flirt with the young handsome man all the way. She, heated by drink and vivid emotions, did not immediately notice that Auberon clearly sympathized with someone other than her. The guy very delicately repelled these attacks, trying not to offend Svetka. With this, he conquered Amelie even more. What a sensitive alert. Before parting, Auberon kissed Amelie's hand. It was obvious that he wanted more to hold the girl against him, maybe even kiss her on the lips. Amelie felt it, but the boy held back and limited himself to an elegant gesture. Still, Amelie didn't believe that Auberon would call her back. The next day was a day off, and Amelie didn't have to go to work. Since the morning, she had been in suspense. On the one hand, she wanted Auberon to call. She wanted to feel the same feelings as yesterday again. On the other hand, Amelie was even a little afraid of it. What if during the day Auberon would be disappointed in her, would notice some flaw that was invisible in the light and music, would find her boring, would realize that they were not the same? See the disappointment in his eyes? That would be painful. Auberon called and said he'd pick Amelie up in an hour. He suggested a trip to the city ponds, a walk in the park, to get to know each other. He added that he couldn't think of anything else but their meeting yesterday. Amelie was very nervous about this date. She tried on all the outfits, choosing the best one, even applied light makeup, which she almost never did. Amelie wanted to hide her excitement from her mother so as not to worry her, but she noticed. Going on a date, she asked with a smile. Amelie nodded. I'm so excited for you. I hope it's a good one. Just be careful. Okay, don't worry, Mom. We're going to a crowded place, Amelie assured her parent. The fact that in this crowded place she would go in the car of an almost unknown guy the girl did not mention. Why bother her mom? She cannot explain and prove that Oberon is definitely a good man and will not do anything bad. Her mother had not communicated with him, had not seen his eyes, and I don't think it's possible to put it all into words. Amelie, of course, did not know much about cars, but when she saw Oberon's foreign car, she was stunned. She immediately realized that it was a very expensive model. A dark blue, glossy, streamlined car. The carriage as served Oberon smiled from the driver's seat. Amelie braced herself and got into the car. Despite the huge difference in wealth, Oberon behaved with Amelie simply and sincerely, joked with her, complimented her, asked her questions about her life and told her about himself. Gradually, Amelie relaxed. Oberon is so natural, so intelligent, so sweet. He's nothing like the Majors, the spoiled sons of rich parents. And stop living in stereotypes. All people are different. They took long walks in a beautiful park with fountains, fed the ducks, sat in outdoor cafes, laughed and talked. It feels like I finally met a kindred spirit. Oberon shared his impressions. You're so real. I've never met anyone like you before. What are the others like? Artificial or something? Amelie smiled. Exactly artificial, exclaimed the boy. That's a very accurate word. They see in me only a purse and a pleasant appearance. With you, it's completely different. These words made Amelie's heart warm. It made her feel good to know that she was special to Oberon, not one of many. Yes, that leaves you with nothing but sympathy, the girl joked. I guess I've been hanging around in the wrong circles. Oberon smiled, looking warmly at his companion. Their romance resembled a fairy tale. Amelie had never dreamed of such a thing. The girl loved paperback novels, but never thought that one day she would practically be the heroine of such a read. Here's the revised text. Oberon made Amelie surprises, showered her with compliments, took her to the most interesting and unusual places in the city that she didn't even know existed. He sincerely enjoyed her reactions, surprise and admiration. Are you so easy to please, so easy to surprise, he sometimes said. It's such a pleasure. I feel like a completely different person around you. I can't even express it. Oberon liked very much the sincerity of the unspoiled Amelie, and the young man often reminded her of how beautiful she was, showed photos of famous models and actresses similar to her, gave Amelie things that emphasized the advantages of her appearance. Oberon took care of Amelie. He tried to please and protect her. It was so pleasant. The girl was beginning to feel like a real princess, beautiful, fragile, and loved. She had never thought of herself that way before. Of course, her mom noticed the changes happening to her daughter and knew her boyfriends. But they didn't know each other. The woman asked her daughter questions about her chosen one. When she learned that the man was very rich, she tensed up a bit. Be careful, daughter. After all, rich people choose their life partners as equals, and with the rest they just have fun and spend time, she said. What's with the stereotypes, Mom? Amelie argued. Of course my mom doesn't understand anything. It's not like she doesn't know Oberon, doesn't see the way he looks at me. Oberon isn't like that. And anyway, it's the 21st century, and you're still suffering from some relic of the past. I just don't want him to break your heart, the woman said, shaking her head and looking anxiously at her daughter. So what's the bottom line? Did Mom turn out to be right after all? Time goes on. Nothing changes. Could it be that at first Oberon was really enchanted by Amelie? She really wasn't like his previous girlfriends. Modest, unspoiled, hardworking. No whims. Obedience and admiration. Amelie, in an effort to please Oberon, adjusting to his wishes, often agreed with his opinion, even if she herself thought otherwise. She wanted him to be happy with her. But of course there could be no future for them together. Then they were simply blinded by feelings. The girl refused to accept that fact. Amelie and Oberon were together for almost a year. The relationship between them became more and more serious. The girl could no longer live without her lover. He also wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. Only he didn't have as much time as he would have liked. Oberon was finishing his last year of university, and he often went to the sea with his parents. From warm lands, the guy invariably brought his beloved interesting jewelry, bright souvenirs, exotic outfits. The girl missed him. "Someday I'll show you all this beauty. You will look very cool in a white swimsuit against the background of ocean waves," Oberon said. "When I graduate, I'll announce to my friends that I have a fiancé." Really? That sounds a lot like a proposal deferred in time, but still, of course, a fiancé. Oberon nodded. "And what are you against it?" I thought. It goes without saying that we would be married soon. Now, it is true, is not the time yet, but the event is just around the corner. Amelie simply put her arms around Oberon, snuggled up against him, and closed her eyes. She felt truly happy. As such, Oberon had not proposed to her. There was no ring, no discussion of a wedding. It was simply implied from that very dialogue that they would get married sooner or later. Then Oberon got his degree. His father got him a job, as had been implied from the beginning. The boy started earning decent money. He used to be sponsored by his parents, which he never hid. Now the guy was rapidly becoming financially independent, which he was very happy about. Amelie rejoiced with him and dreamed that now he will finally make her an offer. But for several months after the defense of the diploma, the proposal did not follow. But one day Oberon said that it was time for Amelie to meet his parents because their relationship is very serious. So the family is eager to communicate with the chosen one of the only heir. "Do you think it's necessary?" Amelie clarified. She was very anxious about meeting Oberon's relatives. Family had always been very important to him. The girl knew it and was afraid to disappoint her parents and her beloved. "Of course I will." "Well, what are you worried about?" "Everything will be fine," answered Oberon. Amelie, as always, immediately unconditionally believed the words of Oberon, because he then still seemed strong, reliable, decisive. If her lover said that everything would be all right, then it would be so. The meeting was scheduled for Friday evening in one of the most luxurious restaurants in the city. Amelie looked at the photos of the atmosphere of this place in social networks and began to worry even more. She always felt uncomfortable in such interiors, although Oberon periodically invited her to such places. But then it was Oberon himself, and this time she would have to interact with his parents. There was no telling how they would feel about her. On the other hand, even if her mother and father didn't like her, it wouldn't affect their relationship. He is already independent and grown up. He makes his own choices, decides everything in his life. Oberon had emphasized it many times, so Amelie's happiness was not at stake in this situation, but still wanted to please the parents of her beloved, so that in their future family reigned peace, harmony, warm relations. About the upcoming meeting, Amelie preferred not to tell her mother Helene, or she would definitely get excited, and she cannot. Recently, the health situation of Amelie's mother was getting worse. The very young woman was sick. She was often dizzy, her heart was aching. She could barely get to work, stopping at every pole to catch her breath. The doctors would throw up their hands. "What do you want?" "You have a serious defect. They told you not to give birth. You didn't listen." The disease progressed rapidly. "We are not gods and cannot work miracles," said the doctors at the hospital, where Amelie's mother went now almost every week in the hope of getting a new effective treatment. She always got the same answer. But nothing. Soon there will be a consultation with the professor, about which Amelie had agreed. This luminary of medicine will definitely help them. Amelie decided to take the trolleybus to the restaurant. She had no money left for a cab. It was still a week away from payday. The lion's share of her earnings had been spent at the beginning of the month on medicine for her mother. So what if it was a trolleybus? Amelie even liked to ride it across town and look out the window. She sometimes specially chose long routes to admire the city scenery and think about her own. But this time, the girl certainly didn't manage to relax. She was constantly winding herself up with anxious thoughts. There was uneasiness in her soul. Intuition told Amelie that the meeting is unlikely to go smoothly. And as it turned out later, her instincts had not failed her. The salon was almost empty. Rush hour was long past. Amelie leaned her forehead against the cool glass and tried to calm down, but nothing worked. Maybe I shouldn't have worn this sundress. It's a nice, decent length below the knee, but the shoulders are too open. Wouldn't Oberon's parents find my outfit vulgar? Maybe I should have gone with a light business pantsuit. But I'm not going to the office, am I? Amelie's thoughts were interrupted by a squeal and a shout from the conductor. Isn't it a shame to ride public transportation as a hare at that age? The girl looked in the direction of the sound. At the far end of the cabin near the driver's seat, an ugly scene was unfolding. The conductor in an orange vest, a bearded woman with her hair highlighted with cheap dye, loomed over a dry old woman. She was huddled in her seat, clutching tightly with her hands a shabby bag full of something, and staring at the conductor in a huff. "I explained to you, my dear, I'm going to my grandson's hospital," came a trembling old man's voice. "I spent all my pension on a present for him. Do you understand?" "No." "Well, what's the pity? If I drive quietly here a few stops, the cabin is still empty. And if it's full, I'll get out of this seat and stand in the corner. I won't take the seat for nothing. Whether it's empty or not is none of your business," objected the old woman. "You have shown up," the conductor interrupted her. "It should not concern you, but you are only supposed to pay for the ticket. Be kind and pay the required amount. If I let everyone ride for free, they would stop paying my salary. Pay up or get out." The old lady kept saying about her grandson Andrew, who was hospitalized and needs a transfer, which is carried to him by a caring grandmother. There are medicines, food, some other things. The elderly woman tried to get through to the conductor, grabbed her heart, and seemed ready to cry. But the controller remained adamant she demanded from the elderly passenger money for the fare, otherwise offered her to leave the cabin. Amelie suddenly felt very sorry for this old woman, who was so eager to see her grandson. Maybe there really is no one else to come to the person. It's not a big deal what kind of situation people are in. The toll is not that great. Of course, Amelie was far from being rich, but she would definitely have such a sum for a good deed. The old woman's eyes were so full of despair and fear. No, Amelie simply could not, like the other few passengers, indifferently watch this scene. "I'll pay for this, grandmother," Amelie said, and handed the conductor some change. The conductor gave Amelie a ticket with a scornful glance at the old woman. The girl immediately handed it to her grandmother and wanted to return to her seat. But the rescued passenger grasped her hand with her dry and unexpectedly strong palm. "Thank you," said the old woman fervently. "Thank you for your good deeds. Don't think I'm not a beggar. I have some pension. I've worked at the factory all my life. Well, this month I'm in trouble. Grandson Andrew had an accident. I had to buy him everything. I'm taking him to the hospital," said the old lady. "There's no money left at all. You give me your phone number. I'll transfer it to you when the money comes." Another surprise. It turns out that this old woman knows how to use mobile banking. A modern grandmother. "No, not at all," Amelie shook her head. "I won't be poor." The girl was adamant that it was a small sum for her. And the old woman, it is immediately obvious, is in a difficult financial situation. All the way to the hospital, the old woman thanked Amelie and told her about her grandson Andrew. By all accounts, he was a very decent young man. Grandma was worried about him. After the accident, he was in the hospital with injuries. But she was glad that her grandson got off relatively easy. "The wounds will heal. They won't go anywhere," said the talkative traveling companion. "The main thing is that his head is in order. Amelie nodded with a smile. And then the old woman got off at her stop, and the rest of the way the girl traveled in silence. This traveling companion distracted her a little from her anxious thoughts, relieved her excitement. But as soon as Amelie was alone, the anxiety returned. Now, sitting at a table in the cafe, drenched by the rain, Amelie mentally reprimanded herself. She should have listened to her intuition and not gone to this meeting. Now she clearly realized that nothing good could come out of it. She saw the whole situation, but a few hours ago the girl was full of hopes for a happy future together with Auburn. The luxurious atmosphere of the restaurant, of course, added to the girl's excitement. Amelie immediately saw the table where Auburn and his parents were sitting. When he noticed her, he smiled and moved towards her, embraced her, stroked her back, complimented her on her appearance. All this, of course, cheered Amelie up a little. Next to Auberon, she always had a sense of security. As it later turned out, false. Auberon's parents looked pretty much as Amelie had imagined them. Her father was an athletic, trim man with elegant gray hair on his temples, tanned, handsome. The same dimples on his cheeks as Oberon's, the same clear features. It was clear at once who the son resembled. The mother is a well-groomed woman who is, of course, a frequent visitor to beauty parlors. Smooth face with perfect skin, flawless manicure, regal posture, her gaze. The cold stare of light blue eyes. Amelie felt as if she'd been hit by an icy shower when she looked into them. Basically, at that moment, she finally understood everything on an intuitive level, but she hadn't yet realized it with her head. The hope for a favorable outcome was still alive. "Well, hello, lovely young ladies," Auberon's father said without a smile. "Hello," the girl smiled broadly. "At last we have met you." Auberon's mother stretched her lips into the semblance of a polite smile, but her eyes remained serious and cold. Everyone introduced themselves and the waiter brought the order. At first, the conversation went on about nothing. The weather. City news. Amelie periodically inserted her lines, trying to be a full participant in the conversation. After each of her remarks, Oberon's parents looked at each other meaningfully. Amelie watched their reactions carefully. And so did Oberon. He watched his parents' faces, trying to read their emotions. At that moment, the young man looked like a small child rather than an independent, attendant adult, and Amelie didn't like that very much. Then the conversation turned to Amelie herself. "Tell us a little about yourself," asked Auberon's mother. "Our son takes you very seriously. It is not every girlfriend he introduces to us. Although, of course, this is not the first time this has happened. Oberon is a man in love. Nevertheless, I'd like to know more about you." Amelie was disgusted by the "not the first time." She was clearly being insinuated that she was neither unique nor one of a kind, but one of many, and the tone of this richly groomed woman was hostile. There was a metallic note in her voice. "Well, Amelie told me." Auberon's parents asked her clarifying questions from time to time. Who was her mother? Where was her father? What does Amelie herself do for a living? What educational institution did she graduate from? The girl's answers elicited strange reactions from these people. They looked at each other, grinned. It was unpleasant. Auberon sat next to his mother and remained silent. He did not even try to somehow diffuse the atmosphere and help his girlfriend. "Why college?" Oberon's mother asked. "You probably did not do well at school. You did not get into the university." Amelie let the barb pass her ears. The lady was obviously trying to hurt her and make her emotional. She wouldn't. Amelie did well at school, even very well. She had to get a profession, get a job. The financial situation of their small family was very precarious, but she couldn't explain it all now. The conversation was becoming more and more unpleasant. The questions and remarks of Oberon's parents became more and more personal. It was as if they were turning Amelie inside out. The girl talked about herself and for some reason was ashamed of the facts of her biography. Although she had never done anything bad to anyone, but Oberon's mother managed to masterfully humiliate Amélie's story about herself. The girl felt herself at this table, next to these people, a beggar and a limited dullard who did not have enough intelligence for university. A poor girl who dreamed of becoming a rich heiress and thus solving her life problems. Or maybe that's what she really was. Amélie, under the icy gaze of the unfriendly woman, suddenly realized that she had really counted on Oberon's help in treating her mother. Oberon didn't utter a word. He didn't even look at Amélie, moving closer to his father. And so it was as if the young man hid behind his mother's shoulder. He was humiliating Amélie. Oberon didn't even try to stand up for her. It was unlike him to make the girl even more confused. Oberon, he was always on her side after all, supporting her, cheering her up. But now the guy looked like a little boy who was afraid to cause disapproval of parents. And that's when Amélie realized it all. No, there would be no future for her and Oberon together. His parents were now making that very clear to their son. Their aim wasn't even to humiliate Amélie. They were demonstrating to their only heir that a girl seamstress, living alone with her sick mother in a tiny apartment, he is not a match. And the son had learned his lesson well. Oberon will never go against his parents' wishes. He's too dependent on them. All his success and prosperity is due to his father. Amélie's feelings and her worries were completely irrelevant to these people. The girl felt like a textbook. Oberon's mother was not at all worried that such treatment could cause psychological trauma to the girl. She didn't care. The main thing was to show her son the fallacy and absurdity of his choice. Apparently, the meeting itself was conceived for that very purpose. Amélie felt tears coming to her eyes. Why should I be like this? What have I done to these people? She thought. In fact, Amélie had never done a single thing in her entire life that she could be ashamed of. The girl got up from her seat. I understand. I have to go, she said. I don't want to burst into tears in front of this family. No, I won't give them that pleasure. Amélie hurried out of the restaurant. No one tried to stop her. The girl hoped, still hoped, that Oberon would rush after her. Oh, come on. He loves me so much, after all, as he has said more than once. But Oberon stayed with his parents. Amélie burst into tears on the street. It was good that it was raining, and it was not visible to others. She didn't wait for the trolleybus, she walked. Movement always calmed her down. It was raining like a bucket. Amélie's light sundress immediately soaked through and clung to her body. Pedestrians hid under awnings to wait out the downpour. Amélie wandered down the road, not even noticing the discomfort. She wasn't in that state. Oberon. How could he do this to me? I had confidence in the man. Rejoiced that I was so lucky to meet my soulmate so early in life. Turns out I made it all up on myself, Amélie thought. Oberon was only interested in the girl as a curiosity. He was used to meeting with spoiled princesses, and here was a modest girl who had not seen anything bright and interesting in her life. Perhaps it was pleasant for him to feel like a patron, opening the world to the poor beauty. But he had no special feelings for her. Otherwise, Oberon would not have sat there like a statue while his mother humiliated a defenseless girl in front of his eyes. And now Amélie sat in the mall, sipping one cup of coffee after another. Her hair was almost completely dry and now curled beautifully. Her sundress had also become dry, and Amélie had recovered enough that she could now show herself in front of her mother. She would behave as if nothing had happened. It may be dark at heart, but her mother must not notice it. Mama must be taken care of. She's the only person in the world who truly loves Amélie, and probably always will be. Men, they're probably all like Oberon. They can get a nice buzz on your ears and then they're off when they've had their fun. Perhaps her father was the same. Perhaps her mother is hiding something from her. Or maybe she just doesn't realize that the boy she once fell madly in love with has run away from her. Amélie came home and went straight to the bathroom. "Did you get caught in the rain?" asked her mother, who was lying in the bedroom holding her heart. Yes, I'm soaked through, she smiled nonchalantly. I want to take a hot shower so I don't get sick. I'll make you some tea. No, you lie down and rest. I'll do it myself, Amelie replied. In the shower, Amelie cried some more. Tears this time brought relief. The bad emotions went away with them. Amelie tried very hard to behave as if nothing had happened, but her mother noticed the change in her daughter. It was impossible to hide anything from her attentive gaze. Have you quarreled with your Oberon? Mama asked. How did you realize it? Amelie was surprised. First of all, you don't go out anymore. It's hard not to notice. And secondly, your eyes have been very sad lately. We broke up, Amelie nodded. He turned out to be a regular mama's boy. It's a good thing I caught it in time. He didn't hurt you. No, not at all. I just saw that he was a mama's boy. I don't want to be around that kind of guy. Yeah, well, I was upset, of course, disappointed. But it's okay now. That Oberon I fell in love with, he didn't even exist, you know. I just made him up. That's what I'm sad about. But I'll be smarter from now on. Amelie smiled broadly, showing her mother that she was doing well. Although, of course, the girl was still in pain. Her dreams of a happy life next to the man she loved had been shattered. Amelie still longingly remembered that former Oberon who existed in her imagination before that meeting in the restaurant. She thought she had met the perfect man, and then suddenly it turned out that such a man probably didn't exist at all. It hurt so much. Oberon's parents, especially his mother, had humiliated her, not hesitating to express themselves and not caring a bit about her feelings. If Oberon had at least tried to protect his girlfriend, to support her, Amelie wouldn't feel so devastated now. But alas. Amelie tried to live her old life, working, going out with her friends, reading a lot to distract herself. She was now constantly cleaning the apartment. The house shone with cleanliness, but the soul did not become clear and clean. And then there was that long-awaited appointment with Professor Walshian. We went to the clinic with my mother. The professor turned out to be a tall, thin old man with shrewd blue eyes. He carefully familiarized himself with the history of the heavy patient. He did not say anything, but ordered some additional tests. All the necessary procedures were carried out in the same clinic quickly, promptly, without cues. The professor himself took Amelie's mother around the rooms. The girl rejoiced, "Wow, what an attentive attitude." In the local clinic, this was not even close. As it turned out, the professor was in a hurry for a reason. He, as an experienced physician, immediately realized that the case is bad. The situation is critical. After all the examinations, the trio returned to the office. The professor was ready to pronounce his verdict. "Well, I have nothing to please you," he waved his hands. "I can't even believe that this is the result of the examination of such a young woman. The heart is worn out. It barely works. Medication won't help. We have to operate." Amelie clutched her mother's hand, who was listening attentively to the doctor's every word while remaining calm. "The operation should have been done a long time ago. I don't understand how your doctor could let the situation get so bad." The professor sounded clearly annoyed. "You can even try to sue him. But that's after. Now the main thing is the operation." And then the professor told the details of the upcoming operation. It was complicated, very complicated. Not every cardiac surgeon would do it for a patient in this condition. It is necessary treatment in New York, and this is travel, accommodation, payment of expensive medicines. And the operation itself cost a fabulous amount of money. When the professor announced the amount, Amelie shuddered. She and her mother simply have nowhere to get such a sum, except to sell the apartment and to be on the street. But even so, still real estate so quickly cannot be realized. And we need the money now. "It must be done as soon as possible," said the professor, seriously looking at the confused visitors. "Literally every day counts." "What will happen if we don't operate?" Amy's mother asked. I just can't imagine where to get such a sum of money. Is drug therapy possible? No, the doctor answered immediately. No medication will help you, only surgery. What are we going to do? Amelie whispered. She could hardly fight the tears that were coming to her eyes. All the previous worries about disappointment in Auburn suddenly seemed to her a complete nonsense. Here it was, the real trouble. And what to do about it, I don't know. Try to apply to a charitable foundation, advised the professor. They open collections for treatment. They help many people. The doctor ran his fingers over the keyboard in search of the necessary folder. He found what he was looking for and printed out a sheet with a list of charitable foundations. We'll find the money. We'll make it work, Amelie told her mother in a confident tone. Every free minute the girl now monitored vacancies. She was ready for anything to go on shift to the north, to respond to dubious advertisements offering obviously illegal activities for relatively good money. But the girl quickly realized that this was not the way out either. Until she gets a job, until she works for a couple of months to be able to apply for a loan, precious time will be lost. And she would not get into trouble herself, not to run into scammers. Most of the ads that promise golden mountains look too suspicious. And if something happens to her, how will Mom survive it? Who would help her? Amelie was desperate. She sobbed every day out of helplessness, secretly from her mother. She, on the other hand, seemed surprisingly calm. She seemed to accept her fate and did not even try to do anything, realizing that it was useless. One day Amelie took the desperate step of turning to someone who had no one else to turn to. So she dialed Oberon. Yes, they hadn't communicated all this time. Oberon hadn't called, hadn't written, hadn't even tried to apologize for his behavior at the restaurant. It seemed that he was quite satisfied with the fact that Amelie herself evaporated from his life, less problems, a mountain off his shoulders. After everything that had happened, the girl despised Oberon, considered him a mama's boy. Even his very name irritated her. She deleted all the photos of them together so that she wouldn't accidentally stumble upon them in her phone. Those pictures hurt her over and over again. She was so happy in them, so in love. And she had no idea what lay ahead of her. But anyway, only Oberon could help her. He's wealthy. He doesn't count money. Perhaps he would lend her the necessary amount, even with interest, just to get the money for her mother's operation as soon as possible. Amelie will never get such a loan. Her solvency is too low. But she will try to work wherever she can, as soon as possible, to pay off the debt. Amelie is not afraid of work. Here's a list of funds that really help. Not scams, he said. Amelie grasped the list like a drowning man grasping at straws. On the way home, mother and daughter were silent. Each was thinking about something else. The woman was making a difficult choice for herself to fight or leave everything as it was, because the forces in this battle were too unequal. Amelie was frantically searching for a way out. She saw no other way but to fight for her mother's life to the last. When she got home, the first thing the girl did was to call every charity on the list. Amelie hoped they would help. She was sure of it, but no one wanted to help. Amelie got different answers to her appeal. Someone immediately said that they specialize only in sick children, as if adults do not get into difficult situations or less want to live. There were also inexplicable refusals without a clear explanation of the reasons. And only in one place Amelie was explained the essence. You see, the woman who answered the phone explained in a guilty voice, your situation is not too spectacular. Everyone feels sorry for little children and transfers money to them. Well, they also help fathers and mothers of the kids so that the kids don't remain orphans, especially mothers. You have a woman, your mom, an adult, working. Her daughter's all grown up. So no one's going to the orphanage, if anything. There's almost no chance that they will respond to the request. Amelie was grateful to her interlocutor for this hard, but the truth. At least now it is clear why all the foundations refuse them. It means that it is necessary to look for other ways out of the difficult situation. Relying on funds is only a waste of time. Let's put the apartment for sale, suggested the girl. Cheaper, so that sooner a buyer will be found. What are you? Sighed the woman. The operation, it is not known whether it will help or not. And you, if anything, without your corner will be left. And how will you live? No, let things go as they are. No? Amelie exclaimed. No, don't even think about it. Aliena felt the prospect of losing her mother frighten her to the point of convulsion. Sure, it wasn't easy to dial Oberon's number, but it was for her mother's sake. If it hadn't been for her illness, Amelie would certainly never have contacted her failed fiancé. Oberon answered at once. His voice sounded a little surprised, but there was no guilt or remorse in it. Oberon spoke to Amelie as if nothing had happened, as if a former classmate had suddenly called him. "Hello, how are you?" the guy asked politely. "Not so good," Amelie admitted. "I hope you're not going to start telling me about your upset feelings now. I just don't like that kind of thing. What was is what was. It's over and done with. We move on." "It's not about upset feelings," Amelie sighed. "You see, my mom, she's very sick. I told you, remember? Her heart." "I remember something like that." "So what's the next step?" "Well, the next thing is she needs surgery or she's gonna die." "I'm sorry. It's sad. I hope she's gonna be okay." "The problem is, it's not free. It costs a lot of money. We don't have that kind of money, and there's nowhere to get it." I see Oberon grinned. "Wow. My mother is a visionary. She warned me that this would happen, didn't she, Amelie? Well, she said that once the fish was off the hook, you'd try to get your money another way. True. Mom thought it would be a heartbreaking story about your own illness or the news of your sudden pregnancy. But you brought your mother into it." Amelie was taken aback. Did Oberon really think she was just trying to screw him for money? Had he learned nothing about her during the time they'd been dating? How could Oberon say something like that? It's hurtful, painful, hard. Unfair reproaches and accusations of mercantilism hurt her soul. But Amelie pulled herself together. She can't show weakness now, she can't take offense. Oberon is her last hope. "Look, Oberon, it's all true," she began in a persuasive tone. "I can show you the certificates, the professor's conclusions, the price list of the clinic," Amelie said convincingly. "It's all easy to make up, isn't it?" The boy bent his mind. "The professor will call you himself. I'll ask him." "Hey, you're kidding me." "Yeah, that call could be made by anyone. You got a sucker." "Oberon, but it's true. I can prove it. Besides, I'm not just asking for a huge sum of money. I'll pay it back. I'll pay it all back. I'll write you an IOU. I'll pay you the interest and the debt. My main thing is to pay for the operation as soon as possible. They won't give me a loan. My official salary is too small." "Then how are you going to pay back the debt? You said yourself you can't afford the loan." "I'll work day and night, I'll work hard. But I need the money urgently right now." "That's a heartbreaking story," grinned Oberon. "It's a pity such talent is wasted. You could write novels easily, couldn't you?" "I'm sick of it," the boy said sharply. "I'm sick of listening to this nonsense. And at first I still felt guilty that everything turned out this way. You seemed to me a naive and sincere girl. And now I see that my mother was right. He accurately predicted your behavior. That's it. Don't call me again." The phone rang with short beeps. Amelie dialed Oberon's number again and again. She just couldn't convey to him the seriousness of the situation. She should explain it better. He would understand. But Oberon seemed to have blocked her number. That's all. Her last hope evaporated like dew on a hot summer's day. Amelie had no idea who else to turn to. Oberon had trampled and humiliated her again. He's made it clear that he thinks her ex is a fraud. He won't even talk to her. How could he? Tears spurted from the girl's eyes. She couldn't, and didn't want to hold them back. How often had she been crying lately? Amelie was outside, right at the bus stop. Good thing there were no other people around, but what did it matter? Amelie slumped helplessly on the bench, wrapping her arms around herself. She shuddered, her whole body shaking violently. Amelie could do nothing about the condition. It must have been hysteria. She was tired of fighting, tired of knocking on every door and getting rejected everywhere. And then there was Oberon. She had to turn to the man who had once trampled and humiliated her. And he did it again. But most importantly, Amelie was never able to help her mother. Seeing life slowly leaving a loved one day by day was unbearable. Her mother was weakening before her eyes. She didn't even go to work anymore, sitting on endless sick leave. The boss threatened to fire the woman. Who needs such an employee? And what a job. Amelie's mother could hardly move around the house, and she was still so young. And Amelie, a grown-up daughter, can't help her own mother. If it wasn't for her, Mom would be feeling much better now. Vaughn and the professor also said that pregnancy and childbirth finally undermined the woman's health. Large tears ran down the girl's cheeks, and her sobs made it hard to breathe. Amelie could not pull herself together, and then a car stopped right in front of her. It stopped and stopped. No big deal. Maybe it was just a ride to the stop. It happens. Amelie tried her best to calm down so as not to scare people. Yes, somewhere the glass opposite the driver's seat slowly rolled down. Amelie met her gaze with attentive gray eyes. It was a young man, a little older than she looked. He was looking at the girl with undisguised interest. She kept sobbing, unable to calm down. And I told you there was something wrong with her. I noticed it from afar came an elderly voice from the back seat. The man turned to the invisible passenger and nodded absent-mindedly, then turned to Amelie. "Young lady, what's wrong with you? Do you need help?" No, Amelie objected. She suddenly felt ashamed that she was sitting there crying in front of everyone. People were stopping because of her. Amelie couldn't help it. It must have been hysteria. She was tired of fighting, tired of knocking on every door and getting rejected. And then there was Oberon. She had to turn to the man who had once trampled and humiliated her. And he did it again. But most importantly, Amelie was never able to help her mother. Seeing life slowly leaving a loved one day by day was unbearable. Her mother was weakening before her eyes. She didn't even go to work anymore, sitting on endless sick leave. The boss threatened to fire the woman. Who needs such an employee? And what a job. Amelie's mother could hardly move around the house, and she was still so young. And Amelie, a grown-up daughter, can't help her own mother. If it wasn't for her, Mom would be feeling much better now. Vaughn and the professor also said that pregnancy and childbirth finally undermined the woman's health. Large tears ran down the girl's cheeks, and her sobs made it hard to breathe. Amelie could not pull herself together, and then a car stopped right in front of her. Yes, somewhere the glass opposite the driver's seat slowly slid down. Amelie met the gray, attentive eyes. It was a young man, a little older than she looked. He was looking at the girl with undisguised interest. She kept sobbing, unable to calm down. And I told you there was something wrong with her. I noticed it from afar came an elderly voice from the back seat. The man turned to the invisible passenger and nodded absent-mindedly, then turned to Amelie. "Young lady, what's wrong with you? Do you need help?" No, Amelie objected. She suddenly felt ashamed that she was sitting there crying in front of everyone. People had stopped because of her. They were going somewhere on their own. Maybe they were in a hurry, the man continued. No, don't be embarrassed if someone has offended you or something has happened. Then the back door of the car opened and an old woman stepped out. A light pantsuit, gray hair arranged in an elegant bundle. This old woman bore little resemblance to the old lady in the handkerchief on the trolleybus who couldn't find the fare, and yet it was her. Amelie recognized her. What a coincidence, smiled the old woman. It's not a small town. What were the chances of them meeting again? And yet they did. Agatha, I know you, the old woman smiled warmly. Andrew, this is the girl from the trolleybus. Remember, I told you who paid for me when I went to your hospital. The man got out of the car too. Now both grandmother and grandson stood in front of Emily, whose tears had dried from surprise. Of course I remember this story. The young man smiled at his grandmother, and then looked at Emily. Imagine I was in a minor traffic accident. I was taken to the hospital overnight just to observe. I didn't even want to tell my grandmother. It's just that a friend of hers works there as a nurse. So I blabbed. Well, and Grandma dropped all her affairs, bought on the remnants of the pension to me food and medicine for a year ahead and rushed to the hospital, said Andrew with a slight irony. Here you are again ironizing. The old woman looked reproachfully at her adult grandson. But you'll understand me when you raise a child from infancy and put your soul into it. Then we'll talk about unnecessary worries and anxieties. Amelie was pleased to watch this friendly altercation. Kind, caring, sensitive people who obviously love each other very much. And for some reason I thought on the trolleybus that your grandson was a boy, or a teenager, Helene confessed. For me, he is always small, even though he is already under 2 meters tall, and has long provided for himself, smiled the old lady. What's the trouble with you? She turned to Amelie. Honey, you do not be shy. Tell me. You're a kind girl. You help me then. You are not indifferent. Maybe we can do something to help you. Amelie sighed. How could these people help her? She was faced with unsolvable problems too difficult for her. And no one in the whole world could help her. Nevertheless, the girl suddenly realized that she really wanted to share her trouble with someone. Andrew and his grandmother will listen to her, that's for sure. And at least sympathize, pity. Amelie suddenly realized that all the time she had been hiding her worries from others. Even with her mother, she could not share her innermost feelings, because she had a heart condition, and she should not worry. And here they are, potential listeners, sitting next to each other, asking to open their souls. And that's exactly what Amelie needs right now. So how will you finally tell me what happened to you? The old lady asked again. And you do not hurry, said Amelie. My story is not too short. We are in no hurry, the grandmother and grandson said together. All right, Amelie nodded her head. But I suggest that we settle somewhere nicer, said Andrew, looking around. There seems to be a nice pizzeria over there. How about it? I'm in. Immediately responded the old woman. Me too, Amelie nodded, frantically trying to figure out how much money she had left on her card. Cozy atmosphere, stylish furniture, pleasant music. The interior of the pizzeria was conducive to conversation. Andrew, despite Amelie's objections, paid for the order himself. The company settled down at a table, hidden behind racks of fresh flowers. Now tell us about your trouble, the old woman smiled, and we'll think together how to help you. Good, Amelie nodded, still puzzled as to why these people would listen to her, let alone help her. So what if she paid for an old lady on the trolleybus? It's nothing, it's not worth discussing. But if they asked for it? Amelie told them everything about her life alone with her mother in a tiny apartment, about the constant feeling of guilt for the illness of the dearest person, about the fear for the life and health of her mother, which she had experienced since a very young age. The girl mentioned Auberine as well, saying that it was to meet his parents that she rode that day on the trolleybus. Details of the behavior of the mother and father of the beloved did not report, limited only to the phrase that they made it clear that she was not a match for their son, and said that after that she broke up with her fiancé. This story did not have much to do with the case, but Amelie did not hold back. The parting with Oberon still tormented her. The girl did not tell anyone about her feelings and worries, and now suddenly there were attentive listeners. She shared with them what was still weighing on her soul, her disappointment in her beloved man. Rotten people. The old woman made a verdict. Not a good thing. Nothing good in their lives. They will not choose a wife for their grown-up son on a suitable lady. There will be no agreement between them. We've been there, we know. There are many such examples before our eyes. Life will not once again punish in your willful Oberon and his parents. Andrew said nothing. He looked at Amelie with such sympathy, with such participation that words were not needed. The girl felt the man's support and approval. It was a pleasant feeling. Then it was the turn of the story about her mother again. Amelie told about the reception at the famous professor and his verdict. And now her mother needed an expensive operation, and it was urgent. I tried to find the money, Amelie continued. I did everything I could. I even went to a colleague, but he thought I was a fraud. That's why I cried at the bus stop after talking to him. What a fool, exclaimed the old woman in heart. He doesn't understand people at all. I see you for the second time in my life and I realize that you are a very honest and modest girl. Amelie continued. And he's been seeing me for so long, and he hasn't realized anything. Oberon, whom this old woman didn't even know about, annoyed her a lot. It seemed funny if it weren't for the tragic nature of the situation. Well, I can't get any money, Amelie summarized. Without an operation. Mom. The girl still could not pronounce the terrible word, but the listeners already understood everything. The old woman put her arm around Amélie's shoulders and stroked her head. Amélie cried again. But I can't help these silly tears, she continued. I can't help it. It's the first time I've been listened to. It's the first time I've been sympathized with. That's worth a lot, but the trouble hasn't gone away. And the problems haven't just evaporated. Money didn't materialize out of thin air. The old woman soothed Amélie, whispering some comforting words that really did make her feel better. Andrew silently looked at this picture and clearly thought something. How much money are we talking about? Finally asked the man. Amélie said the figures that made her panic. Andrew raised his eyebrows in surprise. What did you think, grandson? Sighed the old woman. These are the prices we have now. An ordinary person cannot get sick. And what, free of charge, this operation cannot be done? Asked Andrew. You can, replied Amélie, which has already managed to cope with emotions not without the participation of a kind old lady. For free you can wait in line for almost a year. Mom does not have that much time. Well, I am ready to give such an amount for treatment, said Andrew. Grandma looked at her grandson with pride and approval. Ellen gawked her eyes in surprise. Andrew can give her such a sum. But he doesn't look like such a rich man at all. Dressed well, but not flashy. His car is nice, but not high-end like Oberon's. And anyway, how can you accept such a gift from a complete stranger? Amélie's mind was buzzing. Well, how can she think about such details when her mom is slowly fading away without surgery? And lo and behold, still worried, anxious. Here is my edited version of the text. Amélie said cautiously, I'm afraid I can't accept such a sum. It doesn't seem right. Everything is right and fair, assured the old lady. You helped me in a difficult situation, and now Andrew is helping you. Boomerang, you've heard of it? The amounts are quite different. Amélie did not give up. So, the old lady didn't give up. Who has what opportunities? Do not worry. Andrew smiled and covered Emily's hand with his warm palm. A friendly, soothing gesture that made the girl feel lighter in her soul. I do have such an opportunity. What's more, I spend a certain amount every year on charity. It's an ironclad rule. Emily did not understand anything at all. If this Andrew is so rich, then why his grandmother did not have money for travel? Andrew, I have a good boy. He is a successful businessman, proudly declared the old lady. I raised him from a diaper. When his parents died, he was just a baby. I am not his own grandmother, even just a lonely neighbor. I couldn't bear the fact that my nice neighbor's child would end up in an orphanage. So I took him in, raised him like her own grandchild. And he was smart from a small age, serious beyond his years. I knew right away that the boy would go far. And he did. Grandma does not miss a moment to brag about me, smiled Andrew. But she's right. I really managed to build a business that brings a stable income. We make furniture to order. We already have many branches, and not only in our city. There's even a branch in Miami. In Los Angeles, corrected the old lady, looking adoringly at her grandson. Every year I spend a certain amount of money for charity. This year it should be your mom's. All the more, it seems that fate itself had arranged this meeting. What were the odds of bumping into you at the exact moment when you were sobbing with despair and helplessness at the bus stop? There's no such thing as coincidence. So, can you really give us that kind of money? Ellen still couldn't believe his happiness. But I can't just take it, said Amelie. Let it be a receipt. I'll pay it back slowly. I'll pay it all back. Oh, you're so stubborn. The old woman threw up her hands. I understand that you are embarrassed, shook his head Andrew, looking carefully at Emily. I know people. He does, the grandmother confirmed her grandson's words. In business, otherwise it is impossible. Let's do it this way. I have long wanted to invest in some new enterprise. We'll register an LLC for you, an atelier that makes custom-made clothes. From what I understand from your story, you're a talented dressmaker. The amount for your mom's treatment will be part of the investment in the company. And then, when this enterprise will begin to bring income, and it will definitely happen, I'm the one who knows about such things. You will gradually and give me this money as part of the profit due to the investor. I hope I've made myself clear? Amelie nodded. What was happening was more and more like a fairy tale. The investment, the firm, the new interesting job, and most importantly, the money for her mom's surgery. Was this really happening in reality? Amelie was suddenly afraid that now she would wake up and it would turn out that she just saw a wonderful dream. But no, everything turned out to be true. Andrew and Amelie exchanged phone numbers. And his grandmother took Amelie's number too. Call me when you're feeling down, the old lady said. Don't disappear. You're a very nice person. It's interesting to talk to you. And somehow it all spun up quickly. Amelie's life was changing from day to day. These changes even made her a little dizzy. First, Amelie's mom was sent to Chicago for surgery. Andrew not only paid for the necessary medical procedures, but also organized everything down to the last detail. He bought the tickets, arranged for rent for Amelie in Chicago, arranged a comfortable room for her mother, found all the rare drugs on the list. Amelie couldn't have done it on her own, especially not so fast. Andrew solved all problems as if at the snap of his fingers. He was an amazing man, Andrew. He didn't talk a lot, only business. Unlike his grandmother, he turned out to be a rather silent man. Often Andrew and Amelie would drive together on business, and both would be silent. Just silence. It wasn't oppressive, it wasn't uncomfortable. The girl felt waves of warmth and acceptance coming from Andrew. She was perfectly aware that she was falling in love with him. Of course she was, he was the perfect man. except that the girl, every time she had such thoughts, restrained herself. Andrew. He probably has a soulmate. The man is not married. There is no wedding ring on his finger, but of course he is not free. Of course his chosen one is also ideal, some beauty of model appearance, with a pure soul and impeccable manners. Where can I get to such a one? She thought. So Amelie only had to dream from time to time that one day Andrew will pay attention to her as a girl. Only these dreams seemed to be unfulfilled. For 2 weeks, while her mother was recovering in the hospital after a serious operation, Amelie spent in Chicago. Every day she visited her parents, brought her treats, cheered up her mom. The doctor said the surgery was a success, and added that the patient had managed to jump on the last carriage of the departing train. Just a little bit more, and, in short, Andrew and his grandmother met just in time. Andrew's grandmother was always in touch. She asked Amelie about her mother's health, rejoiced together with the girl obvious improvements. She also told her what places to visit in her free time in Chicago, wherever Amelie had been during that time. She had seen everything. It was very exciting, as the girl had never been in Chicago before. Andrew also often called, but the nature of conversations with him was rather businesslike. The man was engaged in registration of a new LLC of the firm, the director and chief master of which was to become Amelie. This slightly worried the girl. Will she be able to cope? She was perfectly capable of inventing new models and sewing. This is her real vocation. It was great that she would finally have the opportunity to earn money doing something she really liked, something that inspired her. The girl had long felt that she was burying her talent in the ground, working in an attire as a simple dressmaker. Fitting things to the figure, it's quite different from sewing outfits to order. That's where the imagination runs wild. But now you have to get into the paperwork. Amelie will be the director and co-owner of the firm. She'll be fine. The main thing is that Mom was saved. Now Amelie will do everything to make the firm flourish, and Andrew did not regret his decision. She will give him the entire amount, even more. As time passed, Mom got stronger and was discharged. Mother and daughter returned home, full of plans and hopes for a new life. Mom went back to work. Now she didn't need to take sick day after sick day. She looked like a young, healthy, energetic woman again. Amelie, on the other hand, had plunged headlong into her new firm. The work was addictive, inspiring, and joyful. The girl could not be happy with what she was doing now. Andrew helped her with documents and legal issues. He did not even need to ask. He was like some kind of inner instinct, felt when and where there are problems, and solved them easily and playfully, as he always did. Amelie struggled with herself, trying not to betray her feelings for Andrew. He saved her in a difficult and seemingly hopeless situation. Of course, the role of savior and caused in Amelie romantic feelings. But did Andrew need it? Hardly. He is just a good man who could not pass by the offended Amelie, giving money at the bus stop, thought the girl, especially since he had the means to help her. And he's also a businessman who decided to try a new project in a tire where they sew custom-made clothes. This is a potential source of good profit. That's why the man got involved. That's all. Andrew was serious, silent, even a little sullen. Looking at him, it was hard to imagine how kind and sensitive he was. With his subordinates, he spoke sometimes harshly and aloofly, especially not getting close to anyone. One day he told Amelie about his life. It happened one evening when they sat up late for a report. Andrew had lost his parents at an early age in a fire in the wooden house where they all lived together. The fire had started. A vigilant neighbor, the same old lady from the bus, called the fire department in time. They arrived quickly, but the wooden building burst into flames like a matchbox. By the time they arrived, it had burned to the ground. Andrew was lucky, then his mother put him to sleep in a stroller in the yard in the fresh air. Meanwhile, she herself was doing things in the kitchen, which was immediately cut off from the exit by fire. Father was repairing the attic and didn't get out either. The house was old. The wiring should have been replaced a long time ago, and the windows had bars left by the previous owners. Andrew's parents were trapped, but he himself was unharmed. The boy was taken in by the very neighbor who raised the alarm. She loved Andrew's parents. More than once she told the boy that they were very good and hard-working guys. Both from orphanages, both smart and focused on success. They would have achieved a lot in life, if not for the damn fire, complained sometimes guardian Andrew. You have to live for 3 and realize all the plans and hopes of your parents. And Andrew tried very hard to be the kind of man that his mother and father would be proud of. He always studied well. Study was given to him easily. There was time for walks and for extra classes. The boy early demonstrated that his hands grow from where they should. Even in childhood, Andrew himself learned to make simple furniture. And when he was only 11 years old, he and a couple of friends went to the bypass road to sell what he had made himself. The chairs and tables quickly sold out. People bought simple furniture for the garden, for the cottage. Andrew then even received the first orders. Slowly, little by little, established his business. Andrew opened his own production. By the end of school, he already had his own company with hired workers, regular suppliers, and buyers. Everything as it should be, but unofficially, because Andrew remained a minor. But the money he got quite real. Then the guy easily entered the local economic university. He specifically chose such a direction to know how to properly and officially conduct their business. Well, at one point I decided to legalize my mini firm, smiled Andrew, remembering those times. It worked. Furthermore, we grew, developed, opened branches, and now I own my own mini empire. After this story, Amelie had even more respect for Andrew. What a man. He himself rose from the bottom, went all the way from homemade furniture to a network of furniture production. That's great. Amelie's feelings for Andrew did not fade. On the contrary, they flared up day by day. Outwardly calm and even stern Andrew. No one knew how kind and considerate he really is. Lucky his girlfriend, Amelie thought. I wonder what she is like. And how does she feel about the fact that her beloved literally disappears 24 hours a day at work? That his furniture mini empire is engaged in his new project Atelier. Amelie gradually became a keen businesswoman. Now she understood a lot of things, and almost all issues were solved by herself without the help of Andrew. The girl even realized her long-standing dream of driving. She passed the license and bought a new car in the salon. Not expensive foreign car, but quite a good and reliable car. Amelie was a very careful driver, but unfortunately not everything depends on a single road user. Racers and daredevils are not cancelled. There are plenty of them everywhere. One day Amelie was caught up with such a rule breaker. It happened right at an intersection. The airbag didn't deploy for some reason. Amelie hit her head on the steering wheel, no harm done, but she cut her forehead. An ambulance arrived at the scene and took her to the city hospital. She needed a few stitches. Amelie sat in the treatment room while the doctor worked on her forehead. The girl did not feel any pain. All she could think about was how badly her favorite car had been damaged. When the wrecker was taking the car away, Amelie didn't have time to see the damage, but it was obviously more serious than her own small injury. After the doctor finished his work, the girl was lifted into the room. Can I go now? I just have a lot to do at work today. I feel fine, she turned to the doctor. No, the doctor shook his head. You'll have to spend 24 hours in the hospital. We have to rule out a concussion. Amelie was frankly bored in her single room. She didn't intend to go to the hospital, so she hadn't even brought a book. At least she could read now. And so there was only the phone. The girl told her mom that she was spending the night at a friend's house. She didn't tell her about the accident. Amelie was used to protect her mother from stress, although her mother's health now did not cause any concern. Amelie lay on the bed, leafing through the news feed, when the door of the room rattled open. Standing on the threshold was Andrew, his hair disheveled, anxiety in his eyes. Seeing Amelie staring at him in surprise from the bed, he jumped up to her and hugged her tightly. "I was so afraid of losing you." Warmth went through the girl's body from these sincere words of Andrew. He cared about her. Wow. Amelie pressed herself against him with pleasure. She had been dreaming about this for so long. "I was afraid that there was something serious with you." Andrew pulled back a little and looked into the girl's eyes. "Video in the local Publix, your mangled car. Got the license plate. It says the driver was taken to the hospital in serious condition. I don't think I could not without you." "I'm fine," Amelie smiled. It was exaggerated on purpose to make it more interesting for people to read. "It's just a scratch on my forehead. The doctor put in a couple of stitches. That's nothing." Andrew smiled back. "Well, now it seems there's no point in hiding it," he said. "I didn't tell you anything, because you were, well, kind of dependent on me. I didn't want to embarrass you," Andrew admitted. "I myself do not know at what point I have feelings for you. Maybe when you told us about your trouble at the pizzeria? Or maybe when we organized your mother's treatment together with Auburn. I don't know, but I've never met anyone so sincere, honest, and beautiful. Today, when I heard about the accident, I was so afraid I'd lost you forever. It's such a fear. I've never experienced that before." Amelie smiled. She will find the words to tell Andrew how she feels, but a little later. Surely he himself can see everything in her eyes. Andrew is smart, and he has a keen sense of people. "Well, now you are in the same situation as your grandmother once," Amelie smiled. "Remember, she said at the bus stop that someday you would understand her, that you would realize how scared you were for your loved ones. And that's what happened." And it's true, and Andrew's eyes lit up a cheerful light. The situation is very similar. Grandma, as always, was right, and so in everything. A teacher rescued an orphan boy, and a short time later found herself on the street. Pete leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He stayed late at the office, reviewing reports on the financial status of his restaurants. He had a whole chain of them now. The numbers were encouraging. Business was booming, not without problems, of course. Often there were various incidents that had to be regulated and cleaned up. That's business, but in general the restaurants flourished, which of course could not help but encourage. Who'd have thought it? Years ago, Pete was starving, dreaming of a portion of fries and a patty, a piece of chocolate cake, a glass of milkshake with foam. And now he's feeding half the town on his own. Yeah, life's a director. Pete's really rich now, big business, bank accounts. He can afford to travel anywhere in the world, expensive cars, clothes from famous designers. True, here are the trappings of a luxurious life. All this tinsel is not for him. Most importantly, the man now does not need help, he helps himself. It is so nice to be able to make someone a little happier. Pete regularly transfers money to foundations that raise money for the treatment of people, and of course sponsors several orphanages. Most of these institutions are located in New York, where Pete has been living for more than 20 years. The man does not ignore the orphanage in Sandersville. Sandersville is a small provincial town. Dusty streets with broken sidewalks, weedy squares overgrown with weeds. It's a place of desolation and tranquility. It's where Pete spent his childhood. The man often reminisces about his early years, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. Pictures from the past sometimes rise up before his eyes by themselves. Pete doesn't chase these memories away. On the contrary, he likes to think about the fact that he was able to get out of the pit, to stand, to survive, to become strong. In addition, his own story does not let him forget that there are many boys and girls in the world who need support and attention. His children's son and daughter are already old enough to talk to them about serious things. Andrew is in the 8th grade. Jessica is a year younger. Pete has long since told them about his life. At their age, he had a hard time. Children need to know that the world is not equally fair and kind to everyone. Both Andrew and Jessica are lucky. Everything comes easy to them, so to speak, by birthright. But that doesn't mean that others are doing the same. Son and daughter are well aware of how many disadvantaged children in the world and empathize with these people. That especially pleases their father. Andrew sometimes travels to orphanages together with Pete. They see everything, know everything, and even created their own group and social networks to help orphaned children. They collect clothes, toys. Good guys. Pete was afraid that he would spoil his heirs too much, and he didn't want his son and daughter to turn into soulless snobs. Such a fate often awaited the children of wealthy parents. Pete had seen enough of such offspring. Permissiveness, indifference to other people's misfortune, confidence that the world revolves only around them. It's a sight to behold. Pete did his best to make Andrew and Jessica grow up sensitive, empathetic, attentive. And he was succeeding. They were doing it. His wife, Esmeralda, supported him in everything he did. They've known each other for years, almost a lifetime. Esmeralda also grew up in an orphanage. The girl was abandoned in the maternity hospital after she was born. Quiet, shy, unrequited, just like Pete. She'd long been the butt of local leaders' jokes, a punching bag. A person to assert herself, take out her frustrations on. Pete was the same way. He tried not to run into the guys, lived in constant fear, flinched at every rustle or loud sound. He had become strong for her sake, for Esmeralda's sake. He could not stand up for himself, but it was also unbearable to see this girl, who was quiet in her big eyes, being insulted. They became friends with Esmeralda. At first they played together, discussed some problems and worries. Both of them had no one to share their joys and sorrows with, but in each other they saw attentive interlocutors, support and acceptance. Later, somehow imperceptibly, all this grew into romantic feelings. And then Pete's life changed abruptly. From the miserable orphanage with its gray, shabby walls, stinking mattresses and scanty porridge in the morning, he suddenly found himself in a completely different world. No, Pete wasn't adopted. He was a teenager at the time. Who wants one of those? People prefer to adopt cute little babies. That's not what happened. Pete lived with a family until he was 9, and it was a wonderful family. The man's heart still ached when he thought of his parents. It's a shame they can't see what their son has accomplished. Too bad Pete couldn't do something nice for them. He had a lot of money now, and fulfilling his mother and father's dreams wasn't a problem for him. Dad kept talking about a new car because the old 6 was always breaking down. Mom wanted to go to the sea. She had been to the resort only once and now dreamed of repeating this trip. Except that they'd been gone for over 30 years. Pete and his family didn't live poorly, but they were never poor. They had a clean, cozy one-bedroom apartment in which the young heir was allocated a whole room. There was an old car. On it, my father took the whole family to the river, then in the woods. These were wonderful trips, even if not to the sea. Pete never went hungry. Yes, sometimes there was not enough money for candy or ice cream, but there was always a pot of borscht or goulash in the refrigerator. Mom worked as a painter. Dad worked at the factory and the shop. There was enough money to live on. We didn't live poorly, but we weren't poor. Pete didn't think about such things at all then. He enjoyed life, a quiet, sunny childhood, socializing with his parents and friends. His mother and father never quarreled. At least Pete didn't remember that. They never raised their voices at their son either, even if he did something wrong. His parents always talked to Pete like an adult, always explained the consequences of his behavior, told him what excessive carelessness could lead to. Pete, in turn, tried not to upset them. He studied well and did not bully. Attitude is more important than anything else in this world, his father had said many times. We have no one else, only us. And that's why it's important for us to protect each other. Pete liked those conversations. He saw their family as a close-knit team. Mom, Dad, Pete, they were each other's rock. It was wonderful to have that kind of support behind him. Pete learned that both his parents had grown up in an orphanage. Sometimes one of them would tell stories about those years. Pete listened to these stories with his mouth open. Mom and Dad's childhood was very different from his own. Different teachers, angry children, a life of starvation. And no one, absolutely no one, cared about these boys and girls. Pete was glad that he lived with loving and understanding parents. Then the boy could not imagine that one day he himself would end up in an orphanage. He could not have dreamed of such a thing. He has a mom and dad, they love him very much. And for complete happiness he lacked grandparents. Many friends had them, and it's great to drink tea with grandmother's cakes, to go fishing with his grandfather. But what can you do? That's life. But his parents are the best. Pete remembered that warm summer day forever. He still sometimes dreamed of flying on his scooter into his hometown yard through the archway. The cool gloom was replaced by bright sunlight and heat. The smell of heated grass hits his nose. Next to me is Lexi, a loyal friend and comrade. They've been sitting at the same desk since first grade. Lexi laughs, talking about something. And Pete. He immediately notices the crowd of neighbors outside his driveway, and his tiny heart clenches with misgivings. Pete still could not understand how he, 9 years old, at first sight then guessed that his parents are in trouble. The boy suddenly wanted to see his mom or dad. Right now, as it usually happens, they would dispel his fears. But his parents had gone to the village in the morning to buy meat. They often visited the local collective farm. The products there were fresh, real, useful. That's what Mom said. Pete often went with them, and he loved these mini vacations. Sitting in the back seat, looking at the road, and there were all fields and hills. It's picturesque. Mother and father are quietly talking about something, making plans. It's nice, peaceful. There's a lot of interesting things in the village itself. Even the smell is different there. Mom always wrinkles her nose, says, "It smells like manure, but Pete likes it for some reason." There are a lot of animals in the village: horses, cows, and goats. It's a common thing for the local kids. And Pete always looked at these animals, opening his eyes in amazement. But that day, the boy stayed home. Lexi suggested scooters at the new park. There are special paths and a fountain recently opened. How could he resist? The parents didn't mind. They always took their son's opinion into account, even when he was a baby. "All right, stay home, if you want," Mom said with a smile and brushed Pete's hair back. "We'll bring you something good to eat," Dad promised, sitting down in the driver's seat. Pete nodded happily. He and Lexi saw their parents off together, standing in the driveway, and of course at the time he couldn't even think about seeing them for the last time. The boy waved goodbye to them, and then headed off with his friend to adventure. It was a wonderful day. Pete and Lexi had a lot of fun riding on the new paths, getting to know the local kids. Splashing in the fountain, their friends had time to climb trees, play with a stray dog, and chase pigeons. It was fun. Summer vacation is the best time. So it was until the moment that divided the boy's life into before and after. The change began at the moment when Pete noticed the neighbors in his driveway. These people, familiar from his earliest childhood, looked anxious, worried, confused. They were discussing something. Lexi hadn't noticed them yet. She kept telling Pete a joke, but he wasn't listening. The boy's attention was on the neighbors. He desperately wanted to see his mom or dad among them. They should have been back by now. But his parents weren't there, which was scary for some reason. It was really scary. Even his palms were sweating, and goosebumps ran down his back. Finally, one of the neighbors noticed Pete and Lexi. He said something to the others, and now there were about a dozen pairs of eyes staring at the friends. Immediately, the boy felt a large shiver begin to hit him. The first to hug Pete was Aunt Stacy, his mom's friend. She often came to their house for tea and always brought something tasty for the master's son. "Trouble," she said, looking into the boy's eyes. "There is trouble, terrible trouble. You must be strong." Neighbors told Pete that his father had lost control of the car, and the car at high speed went into the ditch. There was a pothole in the road. It hadn't been there before, but it was hard to see it right away. The fault of the road service. Now the dangerous area has been fenced off, no one else will get hurt. But Pete's parents died in that terrible accident. Both of them. That was a hard thing to realize. It's even harder to accept. How could it be? Mother and father were something fundamental, something unshakable. Pete even lost consciousness for a while. He woke up at Aunt Stacy's. She was home in time to call an ambulance. The doctors came and gave the boy some kind of injection. Everyone looked at Pete with sympathy, stroked his head, hugged him. That made it even scarier. The boy did not think about his future. He was in a very strange state. Everything around him suddenly faded, somehow slowed down. Pete saw the world as if from the outside, as if he was just an observer, not a participant in this life. The neighbors took care of the funeral. Pete was staying with Aunt Stacy. He didn't want to go home. It was scary to walk into an empty apartment with no mom and dad. Aunt Stacy had sent the kids to her mother-in-law's for a while. And she must have taken time off work, because Aunt Stacy was always with Pete, never leaving him for a minute. Aunt Stacy often cried when she thought the boy couldn't see or hear her. Next to Pete, she tried to speak in a cheerful voice, even sort of smiling. It looked unnatural. The boy didn't make it to his parents' funeral. They saw them off on their last journey, only friends and neighbors. Pete had a hysteria the night before. He screamed, sobbed, convulsed, which incredibly frightened not only Aunt Stacy, but also himself. The boy would have liked to calm down, but he just couldn't. They took him to the hospital, gave him some pills, gave him some shots, and everything around him became unimportant. Pete lay on the bed and stared up at the white hospital ceiling. Not a very exciting thing for a boy to do. But it didn't seem that way to Pete at the time. A few days passed, the boy seemed to come to his senses. Neighbors were allowed to visit him. In the hospital courtyard, the boy sat on a bench between Aunt Stacy and Aunt Esmeralda. Both had their arms around his shoulders. Across from him stood more people from their home. They were all sad, even gloomy. "You'll have to stay at the orphanage for a while," Aunt Stacy said at last, her voice trembling. "We'll visit you," Aunt Esmeralda added. Pete shuddered. Until now, he hadn't thought about where and with whom he would live. There was too much on his mind at once. And now, hearing the phrase orphanage, the boy was alarmed, frightened. How could it be? His mom and dad had grown up in an orphanage. They had said many times that their son was very lucky to be born in a family. And now he would have to go to an institution like this. Tears came to the boy's eyes. He tried to force them inside, but nothing worked. Neighbors calmed him down, promised to visit him and even take him to their homes for the weekend, if the management of the orphanage allowed it. But Pete realized then, at the age of 9, sitting on a bench in the hospital courtyard, he realized that now he was alone, all alone. No more of their wonderful team. From now on, he would have to make his own way. Something told the boy that it would be difficult. He had to pull himself together, prepare for a long struggle. But at the time, he had no idea what he'd be up against. Looking ahead, it should be said that the neighbors did visit the boy. At first, Aunt Stacy came most often, always dressed up, always with goodies, hugging Pete, asking him about his life. But then these visits became more and more infrequent, and finally came to nothing. The boy was not offended. He understood everything perfectly. After all, he had to grow up sharply. People have their own affairs, their own worries. Not to the neighbor's boy their own problems to deal with. Pete was taken from the hospital by two women, one in a police uniform, the other in ordinary clothes. They did not talk to the boy, did not explain anything to him, only gave him dry orders: get in the car, get out. The orphanage at first glance resembled an ordinary kindergarten, which Pitye had visited not so long ago. The same long 3-story building, the same green yard with playgrounds. The policewoman, having signed some papers, left. But the second escort took Pete inside. The boy was shown how everything was organized in the orphanage: several bedrooms with modest beds, a dining room, a playroom, and classrooms. The orphanage was outside the city, so the children did not go to a regular school. Teachers came to visit them themselves. On the first day, Pete was beaten up by local boys just to show who was in charge and stronger. The girls saw this and giggled gloatingly. Then, when the teacher came to the noise, looking her in the eyes, these girls said that the newcomer himself fell down the stairs, when Pete also received from the teacher for carelessness. "You're good, you didn't complain and fight." One of the attackers said afterwards, "I did the right thing. We would have beaten you up even more for that." Pete didn't say anything. He didn't say anything to the teacher out of fear of incurring more anger. Certainly not out of a desire to keep his tormentors out of trouble. The woman just didn't care. She wouldn't help Pete in any way. There was no help to be had here at all. A hostile and evil world. The gray orphan days dragged on. It was hard to get used to it all. Instead of a small but own room, a bedroom for 20 bunks. Instead of mom's delicious homemade food and incomprehensible brew. Instead of acceptance and soulful conversations, complete indifference, at best indifference, or even anger and aggression. There were no friends here, no attentive neighbors. Pete was immediately disliked. He'd been a homeschooled child for 9 years. He'd been loved, pampered, cared for. And these children, most of them, had never known the comfort of home and the love of family. They all had hard fates and believed that those more fortunate were now their eternal debtors. Pete couldn't stand up to this bitterness, not yet at that time. He was shocked by the behavior of his peers. The world was opening up from a completely different perspective. Everything was out of whack. He had to adapt. Pete was often beaten, and it was impossible to predict what would come next time. The boy tried to stay out of sight of his abusers. But how can you do that if you have to sleep in the same bedroom with them every night? Pete was doused with water, tripped over, called names, insulted, spit on, thrown things at, and had to endure it all. Pete tried to make friends with these kids. Not that he liked them, not at all. He just wanted to make his life a little more peaceful and pleasant. But it wasn't working. He and these guys, they were like different species. They had no common ground, no common themes. The boys from the orphanage were bitter and understood only the language of force. They were very different from Pete's friends, like Tom or Jake. Pete realized later that life had made them like that. As an adult, strong and wealthy, he began to help orphanages. If the underprivileged boys and girls realized that at least someone cared, if they saw help, kindness, sympathy, maybe some of them would think that the world is not only aggression and anger. Pete really wanted to hope so. The man was glad that since the time of his childhood, many things in orphanages had become different. And when the favorite happy child had to adapt to a new life in an accelerated mode, schooling had begun. With surprise and annoyance, Pete realized that the lessons here are purely formal. The level of preparation of his classmates was incredibly low. Of course, Pete, who had always studied well, showed his abilities on the first day of school. It didn't happen on purpose. His classmates could not cope with the simplest tasks. They could barely read. Pete was very praised by the teacher. Finally, a smart student, it's a pleasure to work with him, rejoiced Annie Smith. Pete smiled. He liked that he was finally noticed, that they were saying good things about him. But that very evening he was noticed by a crowd of boys in the backyard. The girls, as always, watched from a distant distance and silently approved. "Here's to you, upstart," said the boys. "You think you're the smartest? Don't show off." Pete was hurt, offended, scared. But he learned his lesson well. He didn't shine his knowledge in class anymore. He kept quiet. He made mistakes on his tests on purpose, just so he wouldn't be praised anymore, just so he wouldn't stand out, just so he wouldn't stand out. Esmeralda was Pete's classmate. She didn't belong to any group of girls, and was friends only with the same quiet girls she was. These girls were often the objects of cruel jokes from their peers. The boys didn't touch them, usually preferring to deal with their own. But Pete quickly realized that girls could sometimes be even more cruel than boys. They made up insults for Esmeralda and her friends that would make people's ears perk up. They also spoiled their belongings, made them take their place on duty, and took away the treats the children were occasionally given in the dining hall. Sometimes there were scuffles with girls in the yard with bites, torn hair, and broken noses. The educators looked the other way. They preferred not to delve into children's conflicts, separated and punished everyone. But some teenagers were simply feared by adults, who knew about these children's past and guessed what they were capable of. It was easier for them to lock quiet Esmeralda in a closet for 24 hours than to deal with those who bullied. Pete had been locked up in that closet more than once for nothing, if that's what it took. But he even liked it there, quiet, dark, calm, no one yanking him around, calling him to get out, calling him names. Just sit there and think. One bad thing: hunger quickly began to pester the growing body. Life in the orphanage was half-starved as it was, and then there was punishment. But Pete eventually got used to it. As the years passed, Pete and Esmeralda had already become firm friends, already even began to show between them romantic feelings. The homeboy had changed. He became stronger, more resilient, learned to fight back. And it was all thanks to Esmeralda. It was unbearable to watch a crowd of girls bullying her. Then in the corner she is squeezed and start pinching. Then forced to duty in the kitchen every day. Then she has to wash their socks in the bathroom. A whole mountain of socks. But he couldn't take it. Pete saw the girls kicking the unrequited Esmeralda again one day, and he stood up for her. He knew exactly what he was doing. The girls were taken aback at first, and then they started laughing. Not laughing. One of them, the strongest and toughest, pushed Pete against the wall. The blow was hard enough, but the boy stood his ground and pushed her back. Actually, of course, you can't hit girls. Pete had learned that in his past life when he was in kindergarten. But in front of him now was not a girl, but a monster, unpleasant, angry, and ruthless. The girls, accustomed to resolving conflicts by swearing and fighting, pounced on Pete. But even though he was a puny boy, still a boy, he fought back quite well, and at the same time he understood perfectly well that the girls would call for help from the boys. It would be more difficult with them. Pete had been practicing hammering his fists with a flour sack in the closet for a long time, secretly from everyone. This bag replaced his punching bag. He did push-ups, pull-ups. He had to accept the rules of the game. If in this world the strongest survives, what does it mean to become the strongest? "Fool, you'll be in trouble now," warned one of the girls, the recognized leader of the company. The ladies realized that they could not overpower the boy and proudly withdrew. Pete knew exactly what their threats meant. They would tell their buddies. They would take revenge on Pete for his courage. Trouble did loom ahead. But Esmeralda looked at him as a savior, as a hero, and all distant problems under that gaze somehow faded, lost importance. "Thank you," she whispered quietly. "But what about you now? They'll get you, won't they?" Nothing. Pete waved his hand. "I'm not afraid of them." And at that moment he really wasn't afraid of reprisals. He didn't care. What mattered was that Esmeralda was looking at him in a special way and smiling. They sat together on the bench for a long time afterward and chatted about this and that, learning new things about each other. It turned out that Esmeralda's mother had died in the maternity hospital. She seemed to be a very young girl. The relatives didn't want to take the baby. It was an embarrassment to them. So Esmeralda lived from infancy in children's institutions. Apparently, such a fate of a granddaughter, in the opinion of relatives, was not a disgrace. That was her story. Of course, payback caught up with Pete very soon. "Are you the coolest guy in the world now?" was the question one of his attackers asked him. The question was, of course, purely rhetorical. Of course, Pete was beaten, and badly. The girls were nearby. They suggested to their defenders ways to humiliate the victim, one more sophisticated than the other. But that time Pete still fought back. He managed to break a couple of noses, kick someone in the stomach, and then found himself in the dust on the ground. And he was the only one who got hit. But still the boys were surprised. Before, the victim was wordless and toothless, and then suddenly it was like this. He was less likely to be touched. No one wanted to get punched in the teeth or nose by a mob. And there was the occasional one-on-one attack. No, not anymore. Pete sighed, stretched, turned off the computer. Time to go home. Tomorrow he could sleep in a little longer, spend time with his family. The man threw on his coat, walked out of the office. His car was parked in the back of the restaurant. Where the garbage cans stood, food that customers got fed up with was thrown into them. So homeless people who wanted to satisfy their hunger often hung around here. Pete wasn't surprised to see an elderly woman in tattered clothes and shot sneakers, clearly off someone else's foot, standing next to the bins. Pete didn't chase the homeless away from the bins. On the contrary, he asked the staff to leave the food in the containers on the site, not to throw it all in the bucket. He felt sorry for these destitute people. Poor thing, he thought. But the woman, smelling the presence of a man, was frightened, shuddered, turned around. She looked anxiously at him. Pete was dumbfounded. This old woman? No, such a thing is simply impossible. She was very much like the man who had once played a pivotal role in his life. The man gazed intently into the poor woman's face. The woman also looked at him studyingly. After a few years of surviving in the orphanage, an amazing thing happened in Pete's life. A new English teacher, Laurel Swan, came to visit. And the class, as always, began to test her on the first day. Mean jokes, attempts to disrupt the lesson, even direct insults. Usually the teachers either lost it or lost their temper. But Laurel Swan looked at the troublemakers with sadness and even pity. It was amazing. Pete, who, as always, was ashamed of his classmates, watched Laurel Swan with interest. This was an unusual person, it was immediately felt. The new teacher had an interesting lesson. She didn't torture the class with the necessary rules, but turned on cartoons in English. The pupils at first, out of habit, only tried to make jokes, but somehow they got involved. Even the most disinterested in learning bullies. Then Laurel Swan began to ask questions. Pete, to his own surprise, knew all the answers. As he answered, the teacher shook her head approvingly and smiled. She seemed to be impressed by the able pupil. She hadn't expected to find such a one here. Pete was no longer afraid of being pushed and taunted by the local bullies, so he answered as he saw fit. "You're an amazingly talented boy," she praised Pete when the others had left. And he realized that the teacher purposely did not shower him with compliments in front of his classmates so as not to arouse their envy. What an intelligent and sensitive person, Pete thought. "Thank you," said the embarrassed and delighted Pete. It had been a long time since anyone had been so attentive to him. "Tomorrow I'll bring you some textbooks to study with the kids. What about you? You should be interested in something else," Laurel said. And indeed, the next lesson she brought a bright, colorful textbook. There were many fascinating stories in the form of comics. "We will repeat the material with the students for now," said the teacher. "You don't need it. Read it and tell me if you understand it," Laurel Swan said to Pete. Pete delved into the reading. The bright pictures were pleasing to the eye. The boy was engrossed in the story, and he didn't notice how the lesson flew by. "Did you understand anything?" Laurel Swan leaned over the desk with a smile. "I understood everything, but I didn't have time to finish it." "Too bad." "Interesting," Pete said. "Take the book with you. You'll have time to read it." "Yeah, you do?" "I bought it for my daughter, but she didn't seem interested." "Let it serve someone," the teacher added. Laurel Swan made Pete's life happier and more pleasant, gave it a special meaning, and the other children liked her a lot too. It was a rare teacher who interacted with the class not through humiliation and insults, but through explanations, frank conversations on the heart. Both girls and boys were drawn to her. But it was obvious to everyone that Laurel Swan was Pete's favorite. But there were no objections. The classmates saw that Pete was making great progress in English. He helped them too. He never said no to anyone, even the ones who had recently beaten him up in the backyard. Pete devoured one after another of the interesting English books Laurel Swan brought him. Then the teacher handed the boy a player with several CDs. "Reading is one thing," she said. "You could use some listening too. English is a little hard to listen to, but you'll do fine. I know." "Thank you," Pete said. But he looked at the player with doubt. "It's expensive. There's no guarantee that the boys won't take it away from me. I'm afraid I can't take it." Laurel Swan seemed to understand. "I'll make a deal with the principal," she said. "He'll let you into the classrooms after school at certain hours when no one is here. That's where you'll study. Is that all right with you?" "Of course it is," Pete exclaimed. It was so nice to do something he loved and enjoyed in the silence of an empty classroom. It was not only learning English, but also a great opportunity to be alone with himself. This privacy Pete really lacked in the orphanage. And this is beautiful. Pete often talked to Laurel Swan about more than just English. They had become almost real friends. Pete told his teacher about his tragedy. It was so nice to share moments from the past with someone. The woman shook her head, sighing from time to time. "Oh, you've had a hard time, Pete," she said. Not always the conversations between the teacher and the able pupil were so heavy and serious. Sometimes they laughed and joked, sometimes they discussed the news, sometimes they argued, and sometimes they were happy to find that they agreed. Esmeralda liked Laurel Swan too, but she was shy of the teacher. A girl of that age in general was afraid of everyone and everything. Pete saw that life in the orphanage had a negative effect on Esmeralda. Kind and sensitive by nature, she couldn't stand the pressure. At least now Esmeralda had him, Pete. He wouldn't let her get hurt. One day Laurel Swan suggested Pete enter a regional competition. He had to write an essay in English, decorate it with drawings, and send it to New York. "Why, you've got a great imagination and a high level of language skills. You'll do great," said the teacher. "Well, I don't know," Pete hesitated. "Who is he?" "A kid from the orphanage. The other kids are homeschooled, they go abroad and tutor. How can he compare to them?" "I know," said Laurel Swan confidently. "All you will succeed." "What's there to write about?" Pete asked. "The theme is summer vacation. Describe the perfect day of your happiest vacation. I think that would be good." Pete thought for a moment. He knew right away what kind of day he would write about. Mom and Dad were still with him then. They both had the day off. They got up early, got in the car, and drove into the woods to get mushrooms. That day they saw a deer up close. The deer jumped out onto the road, gave the men a worried look, even trembled. And then suddenly, as if it realized that these people were not dangerous. By some inner instinct the deer guessed, and just went about its business. It began to nibble the grass, letting them admire themselves. It was a real miracle. All three of them froze, watching the cute animal. Then there was a wonderful picnic in the woods. Mom made her signature pies with onions and eggs, which Pete loved so much. We picked a lot of mushrooms. In the evening, Dad fried potatoes with them. Adrian showed up at the smell. He lived one floor down, and he knew what was coming. "And here you are, you lazybones," he exclaimed. All three of them started talking about Adrian. "Will you take me next time?" the boy asked with hope in his eyes. "Of course we will," his father promised. "And that was today, too. Should I take you with me?" Well, did not guess something. But the promised joint trip never happened. Instead, Pete ended up in an orphanage. I wonder how Lexi is doing now. All grown up, I guess. Does he still remember his childhood friend, Pete thought. At that moment, he didn't know and couldn't know that not only had Lexi not forgotten him, but he was trying to make his way back to him. But it was difficult. The orphanage and its grounds were behind a high, blank fence. In addition, the site itself was located far away from the city. Lexi was just a kid. Still, he had come to the gate several times and begged the guard to let him in, or at least to send word to his friend. The guard invariably turned the boy away. Of course, he never sent any message to Pete. Juvenile visits were not allowed. Lexi's parents were going through a divorce and couldn't handle their son's requests. He begged them to go to Pete's with him, but to no avail. "I don't have time," they said. And then, when the parents took pity on Lexi, well, how did they take pity? It was just a fight over who the son loved more. During this period, each parent tried to fulfill Lexi's every wish. Anyway, Lexi's dad called the orphanage to arrange a date. But Pete was no longer there. He was transferred to another place. And all thanks to Laurel Swan, her faith in a talented student. Pete learned all of this later, when Lexi found an old friend on social media. They met as if the years apart had never happened. Lexi is still Pete's best friend, reliable, loyal, always there for him. Laurel Swan insisted. Pete took the essay. It was a passion for the boy. It was so nice to remember that happy day. Esmeralda helped her friend and took care of the design. Pete was not much of a draftsman, but she was very good at it. Esmeralda drew a deer so cute, and most importantly, so remarkably similar to the deer Pete had once seen. "I've never been in the woods," she smiled sadly. "We'll go for a walk with you. When we grow up, will we get out of here? I wish we could. Maybe life will be better later." "It will be. I've lived there. It's really nice there," Pete said. He was still surprised that Esmeralda had spent her whole life in those walls and had no idea what most people were like. Well, she would have a pleasant surprise when she left the orphanage. The essay won the prize and went to the all-Russian stage of the contest. Only this stage was not absentee. It was required to come to New York in person. The format was as follows: each participant goes on stage and receives a task from the jury to compose a story on a certain topic. You have to orient yourself lightning fast, improvise, fantasize. "You can do it. You can definitely do it," Laurel Swan excitedly paced the class. "You can win. I know you can. And the prize is a ticket to the future. Free education in a boarding school for gifted children. It's a really worthwhile institution. If you get there, you're lucky, and that's it. You'll become a successful person. Graduates from there are supervised and guided. First, the most prestigious universities queue up, and then employers. You have every chance, every right to have that future." Pete, who of course was already thinking about the future, realized how important it was for him to participate in this competition. It made him anxious and excited. What if he couldn't handle it? "I will prepare you," Laurel Swan continued, as if she had heard the thoughts of her promising student. "You are more worthy of this place than anyone else. We'll study hard. You'll do well." And indeed, Laurel Swan began to study with Pete separately on an accelerated program. The principal was happy about that. If his pupil won a competition of this level, it was a big plus for their orphanage. He allowed Pete and Laurel Swan to take the class after school, and even provided them with everything they needed: a VCR, a laptop, a record player. It's not enough, Laurel Swan worried. We have to do it on the weekends too. I'll talk to the principal. Maybe he'll let you come to my house on weekends, because you have a great potential, but you don't have enough base. You have to work hard, and everything will work out. The director said it's okay. Moreover, he even allocated money from the budget of the orphanage for bus fare. Not a huge sum, but still, for the first time in many years, Pete was alone in the city. He waited for the right bus, got on the empty seat. It was so nice to ride through the city like that, looking out the window. Laurel Swan met him at the bus stop. It was a little unusual to see her outside the school office, but it was nice too. Their path wound through the park. They chatted, laughed, joked. Pete suddenly imagined that he was just an ordinary kid. He was no different from the boys around him, was he? And there he is, walking next to his aunt or even his mom. They're talking about something, smiling. It's a typical picture. The people around them don't realize that this is what happiness looks like. For them, it's all routine. It's amazing how complicated life is, Pete thought. There's my house, Laurel Swan said. Pete looked around at the high-rise buildings. A standard dwelling and a typical yard. He'd lived in one like it with his parents, and he'd go back there to his own apartment. When he turned 18, Laurel Swan's apartment was exactly like his parents', which made it seem familiar. 2 rooms, a small but cozy kitchen. Pete looked around with interest. It was obvious that Laurel Swan was not a rich man. Simple furniture, inexpensive wallpaper. But there was a special atmosphere in these rooms, warm, soft, soothing. It must be nice to live here. Pete knew Laurel Swan had a daughter, Linda, about his age. I'd love to meet her. Laurel Swan must have raised an interesting person. The boy hoped it would be wonderful to be friends with the teacher's daughter if he could make another friend. There were so few of them in his life, after all. The teacher never talked much about her daughter. They discussed all sorts of things, but not Linda. That was even more interesting. The boy had no idea what she was like. But as soon as Linda entered the apartment, Pete realized that they were unlikely to become friends. Laurel Swan was at that moment explaining to a student at the kitchen table the rules of constructing complex English sentences. A kettle was boiling on the stove, and an apple pie was cooking in the oven. Pete was anticipating a pleasant tea party, and then the door rattled open, and a teenage girl appeared on the doorstep. A daring miniskirt, revealing long, skinny legs with sharp knees, a tight top, thick platform shoes. Her short hair was dyed a strange green color, her large eyes thickly lined with black. Her eyelashes were clumped together from a thick coat of mascara. Pete stared at the girl in surprise. He had imagined Linda quite differently, not a Turgenevian young lady, of course, but not like that either. This Linda reminded him subtly of the aggressive girls from the orphanage. And it wasn't about her appearance. Well, maybe the girl likes this image? She has the right to express herself. The essence was something else: a cold, prickly look, contemptuously compressed lips, deliberately swaggering manner of movement. Linda, hello. Laurel Swan smiled at her daughter. This is Pete. I told you about him, remember? He's getting ready for the pageant. Hi, the boy waved his hand. Linda gave the guest a haughty look and turned to her mother, ignoring the greeting. Do you have anything to eat? I won't be long. Laurel Swan scurried to the refrigerator. Yes, of course, she said. I'll eat in my room, Linda said, and left. Pete was embarrassed by the scene. Linda appeared to be an insolent and boorish person. Laurel Swan seemed to be ashamed of her behavior. Soon, loud pop music came from the room. Laurel Swan took a plate of pilaf to her daughter. Pete could hear the teacher trying to get her daughter to turn the music down. as it was impossible to study in such a noisy environment. "It's my house. I do what I want. If he doesn't like it, let him go to his own place," was the rude reply. It didn't last long, though. Linda changed her clothes and found herself at the door again. This time she was wearing ultra-short shorts. "What are you looking at?" she said menacingly to Pete. "Do you like me?" Pete blushed. "Where are you going? When are you coming back?" Laurel Swan became alarmed. She hadn't made a single comment about her daughter's appearance. It would have been useless to do so, apparently. "None of your business," the girl said rudely and slipped out the door. "Well, now we can get on with the class," Laurel Swan smiled sadly. Why? Why is she like that? Pete couldn't help but wonder. After a moment, he realized that such talk could be unpleasant for the teacher. But Laurel Swan sighed sadly and sat down opposite him. "You're a big boy, you understand a lot of things," she said. "I just couldn't cope with raising my daughter. I will teach other children, but myself. A cobbler without boots." Laurel Swan raised Linda alone. She was never married at all. Linda's father was the kind of guy who avoided responsibility. An adventurous individual living the life of an adventurer. And this character once met on the way of a quiet, modest girl who, probably for the first time in her life, went with her friends to a disco. What attracted him to her? Maybe it was the fact that she was different from himself. Exotic, so to speak. Either way, it was not difficult for an experienced man to interest an unsophisticated young person. It wasn't even an affair. They spent about 24 hours together. The young lady was in slight shock at how many events contained in these hours. Where she had been, what she had seen. Linda's father knew how to be interesting, knew how to organize exciting leisure time. He tried on different roles and masterfully played them himself, enjoying it. The morning he vaporized, as if he was not there. The girl managed to fall in love with him. She was looking for a mysterious beau for a long time, but he seemed to disappear into the water. Most likely, he was irrepressible. Laurel Swan had a daughter to remember the tumultuous but short-lived affair. "I was even glad then," she said. "For a long time I hoped that he would come back. And here I am with a baby. I thought his heart would be moved. We will live together." Then I realized, of course, that it was all just nonsense. Laurel Swan by that time had already graduated from the Teacher Training Institute and managed to get a job at the local gymnasium. She had to go on maternity leave. Money was tight. Laurel Swan lived with her mother in this very apartment. The old woman's pension was small, and her child allowance seemed even smaller. So Laurel Swan took up tutoring, running around all day in other people's apartments. She pounded hard truths into the heads of mostly neglectful students. Their parents were willing to pay a lot of money to make their children speak English. But the children themselves did not want to learn the language. Laurel Swan had to break through the wall of reluctance, and sometimes even disgust. Not a very pleasant occupation, but it paid good money. Linda was being looked after by her grandmother, and she was the first to notice the warning signs. "Something she is some kind of too capricious. Always she is drawn somewhere," complained the old lady. "She doesn't listen to me at all. I punish her blindly, but she does not care. Today she cut off my favorite sweater with scissors to spite me." Especially still looked at me, waiting for a reaction, continued to complain grandmother. And then she said, "I'm sorry, Mom." "Well, something like that," Laurel Swan objected tiredly. And only 2.5 years old. What revenge? What disobedience? The child is just learning about the world, that's all. It's normal. Laurel Swan loved it when her daughter would run to the door in the evening. The first thing she did was to look in the bag, looking for something tasty, and always found a chocolate bar, or sweet fruit, or flavored buns. Laurel Swan did her best to please her daughter. Who else would make her happy? No father. Time passed. Linda went to kindergarten, where Laurel Swan returned to grammar school. That's where the trouble started. Now the teachers were complaining about Linda. She hits other kids, encourages the boys to play pranks, spits when she's in the wrong. The woman promised to talk to her daughter to improve the situation, and she did. But with her mother, Linda behaved like a real angel. It seemed that everyone was slandering the poor girl. The grandmother, the teachers. And then Laurel Swan's mother died suddenly, a heart attack, and the woman was left alone with her daughter. It was just about time for Linda to start first grade. But then Laurel Swan herself had to admit there was something wrong with her daughter. Linda categorically refused to learn. The girl was prepared for school at a fee-based center. They didn't talk about the problems there. Why scare clients who are paying good money? It turned out that Linda can neither read, nor write, nor operate even the smallest numbers. And worst of all, she doesn't want to learn those skills. Laurel Swan worked very hard. She practiced with her daughter every day, patiently endured her whims and reproaches. Only threats worked. Read the page, solve the examples, then you can go outside. Otherwise you'll stay home, Linda. The street beckoned to her with a terrible force. Sitting at home in four walls, it was for her like a prison. The girl shouted at her mother, called her names, threw notebooks and textbooks at the wall, and still had to fulfill the requirements of the parent. Then Linda was even weaker than her mother, physically weaker. And then, when she was older, Linda simply pushed Laurel Swan aside and went outside or ran away when she was at work. A woman couldn't guard her daughter 24 hours a day. Sometimes Linda just didn't make it home from school, going straight out to travel the neighborhood in the company of dubious friends. Laurel Swan was worried about her daughter and didn't know what to do. Prohibitions didn't help. In addition, Linda cheated, insulted her mother, took valuables from the house, which it seems then sold. She needed something to entertain herself with. Laurel Swan first smelled cigarettes on 10-year-old Linda. After getting drunk, the teacher's daughter showed up for the first time when she was 13. Laurel Swan talked a lot with her girl, told her how such behavior can turn out, what troubles await teenagers on the street. But Linda only smiled and looked down on her mother as if she were a fool. "What do you know about the free life, about the street?" she used to say. "You've spent your whole life fulfilling other people's wishes and expectations, parents, neighbors, and all that. And I don't care what people say. I was born free. And you're angry about it. I'm not like you." It was the truth. Linda, both in appearance and, most disturbingly, in character, took after the father she had never known or seen. There it was, the monstrous power of genes. The same frivolous adventurer, the same liar and actress, the same rule-breaking adventurer. Laurel Swan fought for her daughter. She still hoped that nurture could overcome genetics. The woman took Linda to psychologists and psychotherapists, tried to become more of a friend and give the girl more freedom. All in vain. The older Linda got, the more the chasm unfolded between them. It was so unlike Laurel Swan's relationship with her own mother. No warmth of heart, no mutual support, no shared interests. Linda seemed to despise her mother for her dull gray life, her poverty, her intellectualism. This girl herself considered herself an ideal. She could afford to do what she wanted. For example, to send the teacher in the classroom for the fact that she was picking on her appearance, or smoking on the school porch. Gradually, her parents became Linda's servants. Her mother fed her, made her money, gave her a roof over her head. She's necessary, only for this. True, she had to pay, listen to the occasional lecture. But Linda learned long ago to ignore them. Maybe it's just her age, Pete suggested after listening to Laurel Swan. There was so much pain in her eyes that he wanted something to comfort her. "That's what I hope," she replied. "As time passes, Linda will calm down, come to her senses. Think about the future, so long as nothing bad happens to her in the meantime." I'm so scared for her. Well, we're getting a little distracted. You need to study. Open your textbook to page 3. Pete came to Laurel Swan's house every Sunday. They studied hard for the pageant. They also drank fragrant tea with delicious homemade pastries and talked about very interesting topics. Laurel Swan tried to answer all of Pete's questions. She didn't dismiss any of them. She was wise, empathetic, and worried. Sometimes Linda was home during these sessions. One day she piled into the hallway, drunk at 15. She reeked of booze, tobacco smoke, and the girl's legs were a mess. It was late morning. It looked like Linda hadn't been home last night. The girl passed out in the hallway. Pete helped the teacher drag her senseless body to the bed. It's just the way we live, Laurel Swan sighed later. Nothing works on her. Linda was even worse than the violent girls at the orphanage. Those were toughened by their hard fate and the need to fight for survival. And Linda, why? She has clothes and her own room and delicious food. And most importantly, such a wonderful mom. Once, in Pete's presence, Linda insulted Laurel Swan. She tried to ask her daughter if she would be back for dinner. The girl was irritated about something. She unleashed an angry tirade on her mother, and Pete stood up for Laurel. But she doesn't deserve to be treated like that, he said. And then something happened that the boy never expected. Linda jumped up and slapped him so hard that his eyes went black. "You're going to tell me what to do in my own house," she shouted. Linda's eyes burned with evil fire. "You bitch." From then on, Pete thought the girl was crazy sick. Well, it happens. Not necessarily. People with mental illness look like fools. Some of them are geniuses, he said. A normal person can't be like that. One day the boy even shared his speculations with his teacher. He was worried before the conversation, afraid to offend Laurel, but she realized that it was just an expression of concern for herself. No, there's nothing wrong with her mentally. I've had her seen by several psychiatrists since she was a baby. The verdict is clear, everything is within normal limits, Laurel replied. Pete didn't tell anyone about Laurel's daughter. The teacher didn't ask him specifically, but he understood it himself. He only shared it with Irina. They always told each other everything. Silly Linda doesn't understand her happiness, the girl shook her head. I wish I had such a mother. Irina felt sorry for the kind teacher. Other children were drawn to Laurel, even the worst bullies. And her own daughter? Closer to the date of the competition, one serious problem came to light. It turned out that the participants had to pay for their own transportation. And this is a lot of money, tickets for the child and the chaperone, a few days of hotel accommodation, meals. But no, I can't allocate such a sum. The director of the orphanage refused at once. Where from? We need to fix the roof. And it's fall, and many of the children have outgrown warm clothes. Pete heard Laurel Swan persuading the director of the orphanage, convincing him that Pete's participation in the contest was a chance for a normal life. Then she tried to prove that his win was good for the orphanage. You're going to get so many sponsors after this. They will fix the roof, buy clothes for the children, and make a sports field, she said. He still has to win. And where are the guarantees? Objected the director. He has great potential, no doubt. But I don't believe that our pupil could beat everyone at an event of this level and scale. Pete was catching every word, and everything was tightening inside him. Could it be that because of financial difficulties he would not even go to the competition? It turned out that he had practiced, tried, and hoped for nothing. The boy had a goal, a dream, and now he felt like the ground had been knocked out from under him. I'll think of something, Laurel Swan promised Pete, who was barely holding back tears. Don't worry, I'll find the money and we'll go to the pageant. You'll see. Laurel has since begun to pound the doorsteps of the administration. She even appealed to city businessmen, but apparently no one believed in the talents of the boy from the orphanage. No one was interested in the teacher's proposals. Pete saw how hard Laurel was working for him. He was very grateful to her for that. But he'd already accepted the fact that it wasn't going to work out. It was obvious. But one morning before school started, the teacher approached Pete. The boy was usually the earliest to get to class. He liked this quiet time in the morning, standing at the window, looking out at the street while the others bustled about before the next school day. "We're going," Laurel told Pete with shining eyes of joy. "I managed to find the right amount of money." "Where? How?" The boy's heart thumped in his chest like a captured animal. "There are still people who care," the teacher replied evasively. "The world is not without good people." Much later, on the eve of his departure, Pete learned that Laurel, having failed to achieve results, had simply taken out a loan. The payments were exorbitant for her, but she had decided to do it. Pete went to Laurel Swan's house on Sunday as usual. He hoped he wouldn't see Linda today, but she was home. "You should be glad you're going to Washington," the girl measured him with a scornful glance. "Your mother took out a loan because of you. She's always been a fool. She's always been a fool. She's always been stupid. Would not have her own daughter to buy brand-name sneakers. But no, she'd rather spend her money on something stupid. She's pissing me off on purpose." "Are you here for me?" Pete turned to Laurel. She suddenly blushed as if she'd done something embarrassing. She was embarrassed that Pete had found out the truth. "Don't think about it," she said. "I've been wanting to go to Washington myself for a long time. Anyway, it's such a chance. The principal's going to give me a raise after you win. I'll pay off the loan. It's okay." After that, Pete decided he was going to win. He would win at any cost. He couldn't let Laurel Swan down. And the kid won that pageant. Standing on the stage in the spotlight, he felt no excitement. His mind was clear and bright. It was a tough subject. You could say he was unlucky. But Pete did it. He gave such a monologue that the whole hall applauded him for a long time. The results were to be announced the next day. Objectively, you were the best, but it's possible Laurel was worried. You can't rule out Blatt connections. Pete was not among the winners. They announced third place, then second place. Laurel looked hopefully at the stage. Pete, however, was already convinced that it had failed. And then the announcer called out his name. The room erupted in applause. First place. Victory. And then it was all over in a flash. Pete didn't even realize it. He returned to the orphanage, where he was greeted as a winner should be greeted. Esmeralda even cried tears of joy. And Laurel Swan, she was glowing with happiness that everything had worked out. Soon people from the boarding school for gifted children came to pick Pete up. They spent a couple of days taking care of him. Some formal moments preparing documents, studying the boy's personal history. Pete realized that they were taking him somewhere to a new life, which he deserved, according to Laurel Swan. He had a future now. A brilliant future. Pete would become strong, smart, wealthy. He won the lucky ticket thanks to Laurel, of course, and the support of Esmeralda. They're the ones who are very hard to part with. They're the people closest to Pete. Esmeralda's a bit of a worry to leave behind. How's she going to be here without him for another 3 years? Who's going to protect her? Laurel promised to keep an eye on her. Still, it's scary and sad and hard. It would be a long time without seeing her loved ones. On the other hand, it's worth it to be patient for a few years. After all, then Pete will become an influential and wealthy man, will do everything for it. And then he would thank Laurel and make Esmeralda's life a fairy tale. The second point Pete managed to realize, not immediately, of course. First, the boy spent 3 years in a boarding school for gifted children. It was a real palace with a magnificent garden, a separate room, classrooms, equipped with the latest technology. Smart, motivated kids. Pete finally made friends here, local kids. He had a lot of common topics and interests, so friendships formed somehow by themselves. The teachers noticed the smallest abilities of their students and tried to develop them. They were very pleasant and educated people, communication with whom enriched and developed. But Pete had never had such a warm relationship with anyone as he had with Laurel. He often remembered his teacher, worried about whether it was hard for her to pay off the loan, whether Linda was hurting her. After graduating from boarding school, Pete entered the University of Washington without exams. During the years of study, the guy managed to win several Olympiads at the national level, which gave him special preferences. Many boarding school graduates entered prestigious universities in this way, without exams. Scholarship, dormitory, support of mentors who continued to supervise and accompany students even after graduation. Pete's life became easier, calmer, more interesting. While still a student, he found a job. He was hired by a large tour company as a translator. Pete began to earn good money. That's when he was finally able to return to his hometown. And he was eager to see Laurel and, of course, to find Esmeralda. Finding Esmeralda was no problem. The director of the orphanage gave the address of the apartment, which the girl received after graduation as a round orphan. It was some kind of barrack-type shanty town in the middle of nowhere. Always drunken neighbors, mountains of garbage everywhere. Esmeralda graduated from college and now worked as a dressmaker's assistant in an attire. She made a pittance, lived in a hole. "I never thought you'd come back." Esmeralda's eyes shone like two bright stars at the sight of Pete. "How grown up are you now? Are you handsome?" "How could I leave you?" Pete smiled, hugging her. "I missed you so much. You won't live here anymore. You won't stay a single day in this horrible house." That same evening, Pete helped Esmeralda move into her parents' apartment. It had been empty the whole time. The old neighbors were gone, the older ones had died. The younger ones had moved out. Too bad. It would have been nice to talk to old friends, Pete sighed. But the main thing is that Esmeralda will have a normal life now. I'll feel better. And it's nice to have a loved one living in my own apartment. It makes my soul feel warmer. But Laurel was never found. Her apartment was now occupied by new tenants. "The landlady sold it to us 2 years ago," said the woman in a bathrobe who opened the door for Pete. "She and her daughter had moved somewhere in the country, I think. I don't know the details. I don't need to know." Pete returned to Washington and continued to study and work. But now every vacation he returned home to Seattle, where Esmeralda was waiting for him. After graduation, Pete was hired by the State Department. The position was offered at once responsible and highly paid. As Laurel Swan had once assumed, winning a prestigious competition became Pete's ticket to life. Now he was being guided and supervised. The boy's life seemed to run on carefully laid rails. Everything seemed to work itself out. Pete bought an apartment in Washington. Esmeralda moved in with him. They got married. Pete was moving up the career ladder. He had to work hard, but it paid off. Esmeralda stayed at home, taking care of the children and the household. She sincerely enjoyed motherhood and loved her husband very much. Pete was pleased and warm to come home from work. The man made several more attempts to find Laurel, but to no avail. Her tracks were lost after moving out of her old apartment. Too bad for Pete. He so wanted to thank her again, so wanted her to see what he had accomplished. All her efforts were not in vain. A good woman deserves to be thanked, and not just verbal gratitude. After a few years, Pete realized that working in the ministry takes too much time and energy. He was missing out on happy and important moments. The son went to the first grade, but the father did not get to the lineup because of an urgent meeting. The daughter performed for the first time with a ballet group in the theater. But busy Pete at this time was conducting important negotiations, and the man decided to go into the restaurant business. When the opportunity to open his own business presented itself, and now Pete has a chain of restaurants in the capital. He's his own boss. Work, of course, you have to work a lot, but the man is able to regulate his own schedule so that everywhere has time. and that's just great. Today he stayed up late with reports, but tomorrow he has a free day to devote to his family. Pete left the office with a feeling of accomplishment. On the street, he smiled at the anticipation of seeing his wife and children. And there's this old woman at the restaurant bins who looks a lot like Laurel Swan. That resemblance is frightening. But the woman at the dumpster certainly can't be Laurel. The teacher has a place to live, and she had a job, which means she has a pension. "Hello, Pete." The woman smiled sadly. "Is this how you've grown up? Handsome, mature, strong. Just like you always dreamed you'd be." "Laurel Swan?" Pete asked in disbelief. The woman nodded her head. Pete invited her into his office. On the way, they both expressed their joy at the chance meeting, each in their own way. Laurel smiled warmly and a little embarrassed. Pete was talking excitedly about his life and how long he had been looking for her. Finally, they were in Pete's office. "It's nice and cozy here," the man said, and gestured for Laurel to sit down on a comfortable couch in the corner, placed especially for visitors. Then he made coffee for the guest himself, put cookies in a plate for the visitors. Usually Lexi's secretary took care of the guests, but at this late hour, of course, she was at home. "Laurel, it's just amazing that we met. I've been thinking about you so much, looking for you for so long. I wanted you to know how much I've achieved thanks to you." "Thanks to yourself," the older woman corrected, looking at Pete with pride. "Talented, persistent, hardworking. That's what made it all work. You know very well that if it hadn't been for you, I don't know who I'd be now. A good man. You'd still be a good man without me, and you'd still be a success. Maybe not so soon. Of course, kids like you with a backbone, you can tell. You can trust me. I have a lot of experience." "But why you?" Pete hesitated, searching for words. "How did you end up in this position? It's obvious that you need." "It's obvious I'm old," Laurel Swan sighed. "And speak plainly." It was obvious that she was uncomfortable in front of her former student, ashamed that he could see her in this position. "Tell me," Pete asked. "Okay," Laurel nodded. "It's a long story, and I can't say I'm surprised by the ending. It was coming. After Pete was taken away to a boarding school for gifted children, I started having a lot of trouble with Linda. The 15-year-old girl was now often spending the night with who knows where, showing up home in the morning, or even a few days after she went missing. Sometimes she was brought by the police, whom I asked for help, because the girl was a minor. Exhortations, threats, heart-to-heart talks, everything was bypassed. I even tried to lock my daughter up when I went to work. I couldn't work. I had to live on something. But one day a freedom-loving person cleaned through the balcony, tied the sheets, and went down them from the 4th floor. After that, I stopped locking her up. It's dangerous." The teenager now spoke to her mother only in foul language. All the valuables, jewelry, appliances were missing from the house. Someone even took the washing machine. Linda needed money for booze, for the bars that attracted her so much. She didn't seem to see any other pleasures, although I tried from childhood to instill in her a love of beauty, books, theater, learning new things. In everything that happened to my daughter, I partly blamed her bad company, marginal teenagers from dysfunctional families. They didn't study, they didn't work. Glassy, completely empty eyes, the stamp of limitation on their faces, ungroomed, perpetually gray and ragged. And these people somehow had a great influence on her daughter. Linda was hospitalized several times. Her young body could not withstand such a life. Doctors warned that if the teenager continues in the same vein, the consequences could be fatal. So Laurel decided to take drastic measures to take her daughter to the village. Yes, sell the apartment, buy a house in a remote village, away from civilization. Fresh air, physical labor, breaking old ties. And the change of scenery itself, according to the desperate mother, should have brought Linda to her senses. It was hard to get out of her own way like that, to leave everything behind and sell the apartment. and there was no guarantee that Linda would get better. But I had to try. I had to do something. Laurel sighed. Did you show her to the doctors? Of course. Once I even managed to put her in the clinic, but she ran away from there, and then refused to go to specialists at all. She was happy with everything. She didn't consider herself sick. It's not like she had to be carried around on a horse. Linda was furious when she heard her mother's decision. At first, she refused to go with her to the village, so Laurel went to her new place of residence alone. The woman was at a loss. She had only made the move for her daughter's sake, and Linda had found a way to stay in the city, living with someone from her company. It seemed that Laurel's move had backfired. She herself had pushed her daughter closer to those she had tried to keep her away from. But then Linda was back, angry, thin, wrinkled. She was quickly turning on those she so loved to spend time with. Apparently, she lived with one of her friends, but the cramped overcrowding, the lack of money, the constant yelling and fighting, such conditions did not suit her. And she had to live on something. So Linda gritted her teeth and returned to her mother. At least she would always feed and provide a clean bed. Laurel Swan was a little relieved. Maybe her plan would work after all. Maybe Linda would come to her senses here. Nothing of the sort. Soon Linda's old friends began to visit the village. Sometimes the girl herself went to the city. 150 kilometers was not such an insurmountable obstacle. Leisure activities continued. Moreover, sociable Linda and in the village found a similar company. There was one overgrown, garbage-strewn house with a leaky roof. In it lived a woman with 5 small children from different fathers. Maybe the lady herself did not know who her children were from, as she was almost always drunk. In this house there were endless parties, in which Linda took part with pleasure. And then one day Laurel noticed that her daughter had a rounded belly. Linda, it turned out, was expecting a baby. Yes, she shrugged her sharp shoulders when her mother shared her suspicions with her. What's the big deal? I'm 18 years old. I have the right. Who's the father? Laurel asked. Was he one of our village fathers? I'm a townie, but honestly I don't remember his name very well. We met at the club. To be honest, I can hardly even remember what he looked like. Well, it's just like you used to be. Doesn't it remind you of anything? Laurel clutched at her heart, and Linda smiled happily. She always liked to shock her mother. Even when she was pregnant, Linda was still living her usual lifestyle, drinking, smoking, disappearing to the city, and then to the village house. Her mother's request to stop drinking did not touch her. It seems that she was absolutely indifferent to the fate of her own child. None of your business. That's all Laurel heard in response to her exhortations. Laurel's grandson was born well before his due date. He was so tiny, so weak. Linda was wheeled into the birthing center right off the street since she was just in town. The contractions curled her up in front of the store. The baby was born weak and sickly and was left in the hospital. Linda was discharged alone. With her coveted freedom, she plunged headlong into her old life. Laurel Swan went to see Willie and talked to the doctors. The baby wasn't doing well. Linda's lifestyle during pregnancy had not gone unnoticed. Underdeveloped many organs and systems, heart defect, brain damage. Doctors made it clear that if the baby survived, he would remain profoundly disabled, needing care for life. But life was unlikely to be long either. Doctors unanimously advised to give up the crumb. But how? How could one abandon this touching pale baby with expressive eyes? He already recognized Laurel, looked at her, tried to smile at his grandmother. True, Linda for some time was determined to give up her son. What do I need him for? An invalid. All the more I will still give birth to another healthy. It's horrible. Laurel tried to get through to her daughter. He's a human being. What will he be like in an orphanage? And then Linda had a sudden change of heart. She said that of course she would take Willie home. As it turned out later, a friend with many children convinced the young mother. The children are entitled to benefits. There are even more for the disabled. That's all it was. Willie was discharged. The arrival of the child did not affect Linda's lifestyle. With a light heart, she was free to go home and sleep in a normal environment. Willie was on welfare, so Linda was now walking around with her own source of income. She became even more popular in certain circles. Seeing this, Laurel didn't even try to reason with her daughter. She realized it was useless. Such was the irresistible power of genes. Laurel didn't blame herself for what had happened to Linda. She knew she had given her daughter enough time and done everything she could to raise her to be a decent person. Now Laurel Swan was taking care of Willie, treating him, developing him, traveling with the baby to doctors. Of course, people, including doctors, wondered where the child's mother was, why his upbringing was being taken care of by his grandmother. Laurel lied to everyone, saying that her daughter was working so that her son would have everything he needed. And she, the grandmother, was only helping the young mother of a disabled child. No, Laurel was not ashamed of her daughter's behavior. She hadn't been afraid of people's judgment for a long time. She was afraid of something else. Linda could be deprived of parental rights, and Willie will go to boarding school. It is unlikely that he will be left to his grandmother. Neither the conditions in their house are not so good, nor the age for guardianship is already old enough, and the income is meager. So Laurel got by, giving birth to her grandson as best she could. And then Linda brought home her husband, a grown man with red, cloudy eyes from constant drinking, and announced that he would now live here. Laurel thought it couldn't get any worse and harder for her. But it turned out she was wrong. This Adrian made her existence a living hell. He immediately felt like the owner of someone else's house. Adrian emptied the refrigerator without a care in the world. He didn't care if Laurel used the last of her money to buy fruit or milk for Willie. The man never cleaned up after himself, swearing loudly at Linda and Laurel if something was out of place. Sometimes he even got handsy. And now they had a bunch of Adrian's buddies over to their house. It was unbearable. All night long, the youths were buzzing in the kitchen. Mats, loud laughter, swearing, cigarette smoke all over the house, glasses clinking. Sometimes even fights broke out. Willie was restless in his sleep. Laurel sat next to him. She couldn't sleep. There was no telling what might happen, a fire or something. No, one had to stay alert. Linda was quite happy with this existence. She defended Adrian to her mother, as if she didn't notice her husband's rough treatment of both of them. I couldn't leave. How could I leave Willie with them? Grandmother waved a jinx at the sudden return of her tears. My grandson loved me. I was his only hope, and for his sake I put up with all this. I would have run away a long time ago. In fact, that's what I did when Willie. From the very beginning, the disabled boy was expected to live a short life, but grandmother hoped for a medical error and the power of modern medicine. At first, the kid seemed to be doing well, but then the disease took its toll. Every day the boy grew weaker, thinner, became indifferent to what was happening. Nothing pleased him. His grandmother went to the hospital with him. At first they lay in the ward together. Then the child was transferred to the intensive care unit. That was it. The grandmother sobbed for several days when the doctors told her the terrible news. The daughter and her roommate were saddened only by the fact that they lost their source of income. Well, one more, the daughter shrugged. It's a simple matter, the man smirked. The grandmother, listening to this dialogue, realized no, she couldn't stay in the same house with her daughter for another minute. This is some kind of alien, scary, heartless creature. Here I packed my things and ran away here to Moscow. My pension is quite meager. My daughter took out loans in my name, and now the bailiffs are deducting them from my pension. I get pennies, but nothing. Time is passing. I'll pay it off soon. I sleep in a hostel. I don't have my own place. but it's better than enduring the antics of my daughter and her roommate. I don't always have enough to eat, so I do it at night near restaurants and cafes. You don't have the security guards like other places. That's why I come here a lot. I didn't even know you owned this place. So, life has turned around. The restaurant owner shook his head. What he had heard did not fit in his head. This kind, caring woman, a talented teacher, and lives like this. Collects food almost on the garbage dump. My heart squeezed with pity for this bright person. The teacher did not deserve such a fate. But now everything will change. To believe or not to believe, he began suddenly. But I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you for a long time, just to thank you. And now I've found you. You'll have your own apartment now. Cozy, clean, just like it used to be. If your pension isn't enough to live on, you'll work part-time as a tutor. You're a great teacher. You love your work. And people need your knowledge. I have friends whose school children need extra lessons. They will be only happy to such a tutor like you. And the pay will be good, don't even doubt it. I hate to put you to such a strain, the woman replied. Consider it a debt I'm repaying. It must have been hard for you to pay off that loan you took out to send me to the contest. And this help cost me nothing now. I'm glad. I also need you to meet my children. And you know my wife, she will be very glad to see you. The teacher smiled as she looked at her former student. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing your and Irina's children too. I'm so happy for you.